addition to each session being recorded, these sessions are also being live streamed on YouTube. We'll be starting today's meeting with a land acknowledgement, and Christine Reinders from the city will be leading that acknowledgement. Christine.
Thanks, Gordon. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is within the territory of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty.
Thank you, Christina. The first session we'll be seeing this afternoon is 1880-1890 Eglinton Avenue East. It's in particular phase 1. It is the first time that it's coming before the design review panel, so this is the first review. Application status, site plan approvals. The developer is Choice Properties REIT and the Daniels Corporation, and we'll have presentations from community planning led by Emily and urban design led by Benaz. And then we'll follow with a presentation from the proponent team by Ralph Giannoni. So before we get started, what I'd like to do is take the present, I haven't got the right terminology, the presence of the panel members. And if I call out your name, if you can just confirm that you're here and that you don't have any conflict of interest, we'll move ahead. Dima.
Here, no conflict.
Great, thank you. Sabella.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Sabella. Heather.
Here and no conflict.
Thank you, Heather. Jim Melvin.
Here, no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. Jim Goff.
Here and no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. Joe Lobko.
No conflict.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah, here, no conflict.
And I believe Eladia is with us this afternoon.
Yes, here, no conflict.
Great, excellent. Have I missed anybody? Any other panel members? Seeing none? Great, then we'll get started. So we're going to start with the city staff introduction and presentation, and you'll have a total of 6 minutes. Bear with me here. Yes, 6 minutes. On the 5-minute mark, I'll raise my hand, so you don't have a lot of time to present. And the floor will be yours as soon as your presentation is up on the screen.
Thank you. Thanks, Benaz. All right, so the project that we are looking at for this time slot is for 1880 to 1890 Eglinton Avenue East at the northeast corner of Victoria Park Avenue and Eglinton Avenue East in the Golden Mile Second Plan area. Next slide, please. Benaz, is it working okay?
So do you see my? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we're good to go. So the site, which is shown in the black boundary, it's shown in the yellow dashed line, as mentioned at the northeast corner of Victoria Park and Eglinton, is within the Golden Mile Secondary Plan. Official Plan Amendment number 499 was adopted by City Council in October of 2020, and that implements the Golden Mile Secondary Plan. There are a number of appeals to the Official Plan Amendment number 499 and the Secondary Plan. And for reference with respect to land uses, the majority of the area is designated mixed-use areas, and there were some redesignations through OPA 499 to redesignate lands to parks. Next slide. There are 14 sites within the Golden Mile Secondary Plan area that are subject to development applications, 12 of which are located within the Scarborough District east of Victoria Park. This slide shows a very quick summary of the status of the various applications. With respect to the number of units that have been approved to date, there are approximately 14,500 units that have been approved. There's additional 18,293 units that have been proposed, that are proposed. So the potential increase in units would be approximately 36,800 units and a potential population of over 58,000 people. So in terms of the status, sorry, in terms of the status of the applications, there have been settlements reached for 10 of the sites, and then there's also been a council approval for an 11th site. Next slide. The site, which is shown with the red star on the left-hand side of your screen, indicates that the site is located within the Golden Mile Commercial Gateway Character Area, which is one of the character areas in the Golden Mile Secondary Plan. Just in terms of very brief description, this area is intended to provide a vibrant public realm that would include a park and would reflect and celebrate the heritage of the existing commercial nature of the area. And it would be a mix of tall buildings with some mid-rise buildings within the Golden Mile Commercial Gateway. This would also be an area with excellent public realm and built form, designed with the highest architectural landscape and public, sorry, let me start again. Public realm and built form will be designed with the architecture, landscape, and public art of the highest quality. Next slide. In terms of the status of the proposal, what's being reviewed today is the site plan application for Block F, shown on the right-hand side, which is the first phase for the development. There's an approved site and area-specific policy for the site, as well as an approved zoning bylaw amendment for the site. Next slide, please. The site is also located within the Golden Mile Environmental Assessment Area, which is currently underway. My apologies, this slide indicates the site further east, which we were talking about in the next session. The site should actually be at Victoria Park and Eglinton. So this is an ongoing study that is looking at new and reconfigured streets in the Golden Mile area as the next phase of study after the Golden Mile Secondary Plan study. Next slide.
So I will continue the presentation with the Eglinton Avenue East streetscape. The Eglinton Avenue streetscape is going to support the commercial main street and vibrant urban place. The sidewalk zone, which on both sides, which you can see it within this cross section, will include tree planting, generous pedestrian sidewalk, and marketing zone with setbacks. There's going to be a 3-meter road widening on each side of Eglinton Avenue, and on each side there's going to be 9.3-meter boulevard, and the width of the right-of-way will be 43 meter. There's going to be 3-meter planting zone on each side with 450-millimeter seat wall that basically separates the pedestrian sidewalks and the bike lane. Just to give you some site context, the site is located between Victoria Park Avenue and Pharmacy Avenue and north side of Eglinton Avenue East. And for the purpose of today's meeting, we're looking at the phase 1 of this development, which is located at the northeast corner of Victoria Park Avenue and Eglinton Avenue East.
And just to break
yes.
in, you have 1 minute left.
Yes. Going very quickly through the views. This is the northeast view from the Victoria Park Avenue and Eglinton Avenue East. There is the northwest view from Eglinton Avenue East toward the site. Looking southeast from Victoria Park Avenue, and looking southwest from inside the plaza where the existing office is located within the site. The application is site plan and the first round of city staff review. There's going to be a 3-tall building within the height range of 42 to 48 story. The residential GFA will be approximately 85,000 square meter. The non-residential GFA will be approximately 10,000 square meter, and the total GFA is 95,000 square meter. And the total residential units for this phase 1 development is 1,1274 units. The issues for design focus are firstly, the public realm design for elements such as a streetscape along Eglinton Avenue East and other streets. Secondly, the active uses at grade, location of the service areas, especially at Eglinton and Victoria Park intersection. Thirdly, the facade articulation and exterior materials. And finally, the sustainable building and landscape design strategy and features.
Great. Thank you very much, both of you. We're going to move on now to the proponent presentation. And while that's being set up on the screen, I'll just let the proponent team know that you have a total of 20 minutes. And at the 19-minute mark, I'll gently butt in and let you know that you have a minute left. So we'll just wait for the presentation to come up. Okay.
Hello.
Excellent. You have 20 minutes from here.
Thank
The floor is
you.
yours.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the panel. My name is Leo Lin. I'm a principal at Janona Petroconia Associates Architects. I'm here with Ralph Janona, who's also partner in charge of the project, as well as our clients, Choice Properties and Daniels Corporations, and a team of consultants, landscape architect, land art, as well as our sustainability consultant. We're here and very excited to be presenting to you Golden Mile redevelopment, 1880 Eglinton Avenue East, and first phase Block F. So just very quickly, we started quite a bit while ago in 2016, early 2016, we started meeting with the city and then finally getting a kind of a settlement offer and approval back in 2021. And then we quickly submitted our first site plan submission for first phase Block F in early 2021, and here we are today. Overall site area, we are 2.59 acres of Block F, and then within that, we're proposing a kind of 1 million square feet of GFA, 900,000 square feet of residential GFA, and 100,000 square feet of non-res, in which we are proposing and will be dedicated a community hub of 30,000 square feet in that non-res. There are two buildings, building F1, which will have a rental component of 429 units, and then building F2, which will have 2 towers of condos at 845 units. On the master plan, we have opportunities to deliver a range of affordable housing in various phases, as well as a 52,000 square feet of food store and small retailers, a new park, and as well as in our first phase, we're calling this the Golden Mile Community Innovation District, which will house the 30,000 square feet of community hub. It's important for our client to form strategic partnership with the larger community at Golden Mile. Here are a list of some of the partners that they are in conversation with and hoping that to integrate this into our first phase. It's also equally important that our project is accessible and is inclusive to all. So Golden Mile Block F is pursuing a gold rating from the Rick Hansen Foundation Accessibility Certification. So our site contacts on the master plan, a total of 18.7 acres. Phase 1 is that southwest quadrant. There currently exists 2 buildings on the master plan site. One is the larger mall complex, which houses a 50,000 square foot food store. That's quite vital, a food source for the larger Golden Mile community, very successful. And then a smaller kind of test Toronto Employment and Social Services and Ontario Disability Support Program. And there lies another smaller building on the northwest quadrant, which houses smaller retailers. Existing site, as you can see in white, there are the 2 buildings. There is currently 2 transit stops on the crosstown Eglinton Avenue East, one on Victoria Park, the other one on Pharmacy. And then you see in the blue arrows how the site is being accessed and circulated with a ton of asphalt parking and surface parking. This is the site photo. I'm not going to dwell too much, but here you can see the existing site conditions with very suburban landscape with surface parking and the existing mall. Going back in time, 1940s, prior to 1940s, this was all farmland. During the 1950s, there was a boom of kind of industrial manufacturing, primarily in the automotive and appliances, and then saw a kind of attraction of retail activities. In the 1950s, that bottom left corner you see there is actually our site of a strip mall that encompasses one of the largest food store in Canada, as well as a state-of-the-art movie theater that's air-conditioned. In 1980s, there was a decline of the strip mall, and it was demolished and replaced by the current format of the mall, which houses the food store and the community, the city services program. Our site is extremely well connected, as you all know. We are connected on the Crosstown LRT as well as in close proximity to the Kennedy Gold transit stop. And then zooming in, those are the two stops that are in close proximity to our site. And the green corridor that you see on top of our site is an existing hydro corridor that is being redeveloped as a 16-kilometer outdoor amenity open space that will be linked to various parks and open space in the larger Golden Mile district. It's called the Meadowway. And then here's an overlay of our approved master plan with our neighboring site applications and developments. The principle for our master plan from the get-go, we've been following 8 principles. A few of these we will delve into today. It was extremely critical for us to unlock the site in order for this to be developed. And one of the criteria is to ensure that we build a new food store approximately the same size as existing. And while the existing food stores is in full operations, and that means the construction has to minimize disruption to circulation and operation of the existing food store. As well, our clients is in conversation with Tess potentially moving its current office space from the existing mall to the new podium of F1. And then there you see the community hub in F2. Furthermore, this is a phasing strategy. Moving forward from phase 1, we're looking at delivering phase 2, where the proposed park is, as well as the rest of the Golden Mile Boulevard, and then subsequently the development blocks, mixed-use blocks of 3, 4, and 5. It's incredibly important for us to create a fine-grained network of streets. The Golden Mile Boulevard is key to creating this neighborhood street that is otherwise different from Eglinton Avenue East, and is at the same time creating a series of north-south, both vehicular and pedestrian connections that connects you all the way from Eglinton to Golden Mile Boulevard and northwards to the Meadowway and Creighton Drive. A series of kind of carefully located pop spaces that we call largos and squares, as well as non-pop spaces that you'll see later in Block F, helps us encourage pedestrian flow and activities. Part of this pedestrian flow also help us develop these kind of integrated green spaces that where you help commuters navigate through our site, encouraging pedestrian activity, encouraging at-grade activation, as well, connecting itself to the new park, and then ultimately to northward Creighton Court Park and the Meadowway beyond. Here is the approved master plan and Block F, where it's situated in the southwest quadrant. The kind of quickly in terms of build form strategy, we're looking at a variety of build form along Eglinton Avenue East to form a kind of strong frontage of build forms that are formed by high rises and mid rises, as well as podiums, and then carefully cascading down towards Golden Mile Boulevard, a much more intimate and neighborhood street. And in our quadrant, a much more retail focus, I'm going to say. Here we're proposing a new food store, as well as laminated retail fronting Golden Mile Boulevard and pad, a one-story retail pads. And then what we have behind is tucked carefully is the kind of 80 plus surface parking spaces that we call placebo parking to help customers, existing customers with a food store transition from a suburban landscape into an urban environment. This is our proposed conceptual retail ground floor plan, which shows the kind of edges and laminations of retail, as well as locations for lobby and residential entrances. Going into our Block F is a big block. We have developed two buildings. And in these two buildings, we carefully crafted a kind of a mid-block pedestrian-only connection that we call the garden. And this garden enables us to take the pop space on the southwest quadrant of the block, that transit pop space, into the middle of the site and onto the north of Golden Mile Boulevard, which we thought would be a kind of a main street retail experience. We looked at this garden space carefully, looking at massing and ensuring that these are intimately scaled and they're not overpowering, and as well as looking at different width, ensuring that these there's certain thresholds and pinches to create a sense of enclosure, that it's more than just a passage. These are some ideas and early images of precedents that we're looking at how that garden space could be occupied and could be used. Lots of informal activities as well as events. And now I'm going to turn over to Joaquin, who's our landscape architect from Landar, to talk about the public realm design.
Hello. So the landscape is centered around a shared community courtyard or garden, as Leo just said, which provides social spaces anchored by unique site furnishings under a canopy of large growing shade trees. Next. Here we see the garden in context, framed on the north by Golden Mile Boulevard and to the south by Eglinton Avenue East, which provides an enhanced streetscape, and south-facing pops, which provides an anchor for the pedestrians arriving via the adjacent transit stop. Next. For these sections, we'll just focus on the bottom section of Golden Mile Boulevard, which illustrates the reduced road width, generous public realm along the tree-lined Main Street here. Next. The strategy for the site elements is to provide a neutral backdrop, lush planting, and subdued paving, which highlight the pop of form and color provided by the custom precast seating pieces. Next. This bird's eye view of the garden shows opportunities for individuals and small groups to cluster in nodes, and larger groups to organize around the stage, which you can see on your left. There's a variety of open spaces for tents and community events as well. And in order to make this an exciting place for people of all ages, ability levels, and cultures, we're working with a variety of stakeholders. And moving forward, we're looking to partner with an Indigenous organization to make sure that there's a First Nation perspective and that that's embodied throughout the site in order to make this a meaningfully inclusive and celebratory space for visitors and members of the community.
Coming back to build form strategy, in terms of, we started with the tower, and we thought that there could be a composition of two different forms. One is much more softer, rounded edges, and able to kind of deflect the kind of strong westerly wind at the corners. The other one is a rectangular, strong volume, but slightly sliced in the middle to reveal a kind of natural light into potential corridors. We articulate this massing furthermore, looking at the rooftops to create a kind of silhouette, a sectional relationship to an interesting skyline, as well as optimizing the south-facing facades. We're also here to look for opportunities to express residential amenity programs that are at a higher level as part of elevation design. We integrate some of this tower typology, a language down into the podium. And then we cascade and step away from that garden public realm space and also form an interesting, strong frontage along Eglinton Avenue East. Using canopies, screens, trees, and rooftop terraces to create a pedestrian-friendly microclimate at the center of the public realm space. And of course, with ground floor, pedestrian scale signage, lighting, and street furniture, it provides another layer of heightened public realm experience. Here are three massings that shows from where we were at zoning build form to what was submitted in the last site plan submission, and then finally where we are today, a much more focused podium, a little bit more articulated, especially around the garden area, and then a slightly shorter tower in F2 buildings of 38 and 45 stories. This is our site plan. As you can see, the proximity to the Victoria Park LRT station. Across from that is that top space and the very important intersection. And then one commuter and visitor is going to be able to make its way, hopefully through that central garden space, to be able to navigate through, visiting the kind of retail frontages, and then ultimately ends up on Golden Mile Boulevard and perhaps the food store north of the site. This is the ground floor plan, doing as much as we can, trying to laminate those edges, populate them, and make sure that they're active, as well as populating them with important addresses for our residential lobbies. We work really hard at ensuring that the kind of infrastructure that's supporting this mixed-use program is not overpowered. All the kind of threshold and axes are being suppressed deep and under a kind of large podium cover space. We have a tremendous amount of opportunity for these cascading podiums to be populated by various amenities that service the kind of commercial and residential program. We're looking to cater to large demographics of children and seniors, as well as families, and then also for our pets. In terms of architectural language, we're very interested in exploring this kind of modern 1950s and 60s commercial language that has a strong masonry volume and then articulated by these metal frames that houses various signage and being able to adapt throughout the times. We're also interested in this kind of automotive architectural language in the form of gears and pistons, and seeing if there's ways we can incorporate them into our architectural facades. In terms of materiality on the podium, as I mentioned, we looked at masonries of various different shades, from buff to orange to a little bit deeper in red, and then framing these with the metal liners with natural tones and patina over time. We're obsessed with retail activation. And so we created these kind of masonry armature that frames individual storefronts that tenants can express freely using canopies and signages. And then with the tower, we thought it could be lighter in tone, perhaps a white. One is much more matte and warm, and the other one is shimmering in color and cool. We're also looking at seeing if there's ways to create depth using these textures. And then the kind of articulation study that we did on the rental tower of F1, looking at integrating balconies and Juliet balconies and recessed balconies, creating a kind of hierarchy of solids to glazing. Our F2 studies involves introducing the residential language of balconies and vents and windows, and seeing if there's a way to articulate them incrementally around the kind of soft edges that we want to create, as well as here maybe there's an idea about accent colors that could bring a kind of lushness to the expansive facade. And then finally, our kind of conceptual renderings showing here a view from the public park looking southwest. You're seeing the rental tower in the foreground in the white, and then the slightly more rounded shape, softer shape on the condo towers beyond. And then the other view on Eglinton looking northeast in this case, and seeing how the condo towers lands in the much richer palette of the podium. Here's a close-up view of that pop space where the Victoria Park transit stop is, and how it could be inhabited by large retailers, as well as opportunities for art and signage around that corner. And there you're seeing kind of a lobby entry. The second floor of that would be a community hub. Along on the F1 podium, we also are proposing a gymnasium, a double height gymnasium where that glass fin volume is. And then on top of that tower is the kind of lounge space that we thought would be great for our tenants to look out down south to the city.
Leo, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, sorry, I'll go fast. So masonry volume. This is Golden Mile Boulevard, north facade, the staccato of retailers. The garden courtyard looking deep into the garden. Here you're seeing a glimpse of the community hub on the second floor. And then finally, we land inside the garden. That's the entrance into the community hub, and then creating this kind of really nice, intimate garden space. And I'm going to just turn it over quickly to Luca, our sustainability consultant.
Hi, I'm going to make this really quick. Luka Matutinovic, Purpose Building.
And Luca, how much time do you
Yes.
need? How much
Well,
time
I
do you
would
need?
love 5 minutes if we could, and I can do it in 3, if that would be okay.
I'll go with the 3.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
I
thank you.
appreciate that. So we've committed to achieving Toronto Green Standard version 3 tier 2, and we're happy to share details about that. But I'd like to focus on our overall vision. It's quite simple, but we think quite transformational. Simply put, we want to achieve best-in-class levels of carbon performance. And to do that, we're revolutionizing the way we think about carbon, recognizing that operational emissions are only half the equation and that we need to tackle embodied carbon. We are committing to a whole life carbon target. We think this is the first commitment of its kind, and we think that it's something quite special and that it will spur others to action. Next slide. Just Daniel's recently announced that all new development will achieve a whole life target of 100 kilograms per meter squared over a 60-year life cycle, and that will progressively be ratcheted on the next generation of their buildings. So next slide, what does this really mean? The operational target at the time of SPA required 20 kilograms per meter squared per year. And what we've already committed to is a progressive level of performance, which would drive that down to 15. Embodied carbon is just starting to get talked about, and only the most recent version of TGS at the tier 2 level requires developments to just report. So if we look at that on the next slide over a 60-year time frame, at the minimum amount of carbon operationally that would get emitted would, by a progressive development, would be about 900 kilograms. And if we look at a leading framework like the CAGBC Zero Carbon Standard, its target for new development is 500. So that's about 1,400 kilograms normalized over the 60 years. And what we're committing to on the next slide is 1,000. So that's a 40% reduction over an already progressive level of performance. And we think something that will transform how we think about both operational and embodied carbon, because both are equally important. So how will we get there? On the next slide, the one big move operationally is geo-exchange, and that will serve 100% of the heating load for the entire phase. That's going to radically drive down well past that tier 2 number, probably landing somewhere in the 10 to 11 range. And then the other big move is really to look at massing, minimizing below grade parking, which is a huge driver, and then layering on material selection, and that's going to tackle that that embodied number. Here are just a list of the actual strategies that drive down both operational carbon and embodied carbon. And on the last slide, there's a few things that we are considering and looking at how to broaden our overall sustainability impact beyond the Toronto Green Standard and beyond the whole life carbon commitment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Luca and the rest of the team. We're going to move on now to questions of clarification. It's a chance for the panel members to ask questions to the proponent team and also to the city team in terms of being able to just clarify the design intent and some of the other issues. Panel members, if you could use your e-hands or virtual hands to raise them up, I will look at them and we will get started. So we'll start with Heather, and then Jim Goff, Jim Melvin, Joe Lobko.
Okay, great. Thank you, Gordon. I have 2 quick questions. One is on Entrance Boulevard, the parcel that we're talking about in this session. The building is set back on the east. I'm just wondering if that is specifically for truck maneuvering or if there was another reason. And then my second question is on Tower F1, the architectural expression. I think you mentioned that this was the rental tower. the interruptions in the architecture. I'm just wondering if those relate to any programmatic functions that are different, or are they just to provide relief at certain points?
I'm going to answer the easy one, and they are to provide relief. There was a kind of exploration of amenity space, which we are still pursuing in just fewer locations. So strategically, one definitely from the south west corner, looking towards the city, and then perhaps maybe one on the northeast corner, looking beyond to the Meadowway. And then your first questions about the setback, that is a kind of a result of kind of facade articulation. I don't, Heather, if you recall the kind of rendering from that corner, there is a volume that's sitting on top, and then the plane of retails that are in front. And we want to push out retail as much as possible in order to suppress the kind of access. So there's a kind of playing of geometry there.
Right. Okay.
But for sure, we can look at that.
Right. So that's it. It's pulling out the retail on Golden Mile, and then when you turn the corner, it's a kind of natural recess then.
Recess, and then there's a kind of bay window corner.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both. We're going to move on to Jim Goff, then Jim Melvin, Eladia, and then Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. First one is, why do you need a driveway access onto Victoria Park?
Would you like me to answer that question first? Yes. Well, we are hoping that the kind of Victoria Park access would be for kind of larger. There is quite a bit of mixed program here in terms of our commercial community hub as well as residential demand. So we're hoping that the kind of right in, right out from Victoria Park, it will carry much of the kind of garbage and loading, and then the access from Golden Mile Boulevard would primarily be serving the kind of residential entry into the parking below. So it's much more kind of smaller in scale. But then I don't know, Jim, if you could look closer at the ground floor plan, we very faintly you can see that there's a kind of two zones between the kind of ramp to P1 and that share loading on the north side. There are gates that close off that kind of much more infrastructural areas that carries a heavy load of garbage and loading. I don't know if that answers your question.
Does that answer your question, Jim?
Yeah, thanks. The other question is coming from me as a humble transportation engineer. I'm not really sure what you mean by a largo, and I'm kind of confused about a few things related to it. A, why are you putting whatever it is at this very busy corner? And some images seem to show a second one north on Victoria Park as well. I'm really confused because also you have a rendering, the one showing the transit station for the LRT with the north sidewalk there, and I didn't really see any kind of special design feature. It just looks like sidewalk in front of the building. So maybe you could just elaborate on what that is and why it's there.
My apologies, Jim. Largo is something that we use quite a bit in our office. It really is meant to be a kind of a moment in pause, and that there's a kind of a small, more of a spill out public realm space. If the renderings is not clear in showing the intent, it's meant to be highly treated with vegetations as well as hard surface pavings, but it's a kind of a meeting place of sort. And then we imagine there will be public art as well as landscaping on in front of that area.
Okay, Jim, does that do it? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on now to Jim Melvin, then Eladia, then Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I didn't find in my package anything indicating the extent of the underground parking. Is the garden area on top of a roof slab, or where are there two separate underground parkings for those structures?
Sure, Jim. The appendix section, it shows 1 levels of parking, and and there's actually 3 levels of underground parking that goes underneath the kind of garden space. If you are thinking about whether it leaves enough room for trees and whatnot, we've looked at those sections. I think maybe Joaquin, you can provide a bit more details in how we're looking to achieve some of those depths.
Okay, Jim, does that answer your question? Yes, it does. Okay, on to Aladia and then Joe.
Thanks. I have 2 questions. One, I thought I heard you say their grocery store is being replaced by a grocery store of the same size. Is that correct?
Well, that's highly, you know, it's an ongoing conversation. I think I said similar size. So I don't think there's a commitment. I don't know if the Loblaws team could speak to a little bit about that.
Okay, and then my second question is, I think I heard you say something about continuousness of the landscape features, and I'm just curious if you have a little more to say about how those landscape features might be continuous. And also, there's the Wexford Park just to the north. I know a bargain shark is in your way, but it's the Hydro Corridor Trail, which leads actually to one of the linear parkways, which I'm just curious if you're thinking the site might have any gesture toward a sense of continuity with that amenity.
Right. So going back to the approved master plan, we actually set back, there's north-south street called Meadowway Boulevard. We set the building mass back 10 meters to allow a double alley of trees. And so that continuation will go right across to the north side to the new proposed park, and hoping our neighbor will do similar things and continue the park to link all the way up to Creighton Court Park and to the Hydro or Meadowway.
Lydia, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. And then last but not least, Joe.
Thank you. 2 questions, please. One about the surface treatment illustrated. I'm specifically looking at the landscape plan on sheet 40. And for example, seeing, I'm thinking at least 3, possibly 4, maybe even 5 distinct surface treatments, both on the public realm in the streetscape, and then through the kind of private retail street. And I'm just trying to understand that variety and patterning. And then my second question is the extent of parking that was just commented on, at least in general terms, is being 3 full levels of parking below this entire slab, and the anticipation of having to entirely redo the landscape of that north-south private street, say in a 25-year period. If, say, the Bay Adelaide Park is an example where, you know, these landscape spaces on top of parking structures have a 2 to maybe 3 decade lifespan, and then they have to be remade. Mike, could I just ask about the extent of parking, the parking ratio, given the transit that's coming here? How much parking are we providing? And is there a way to avoid that sort of built-in, I would sort of say, anti-resiliency, given all the other wonderful things you're doing? There's so many wonderful things you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Very good question. I have a meeting actually tomorrow afternoon to discuss the parking. So, you know, it is a point in time, and we are constantly looking at that and reducing the amount of parking. It's incredibly important that we have this, we leverage this infrastructure of transit. So that's something that we're definitely going to take away and look at it more closely. I can't really answer you right now, but it's a great comment.
Okay, I'm going to call time then on the questions. So we're going to move into panel discussion. And panel members, there are 8 panel members here for the session, and I'm going to propose the following order of talking. Dima, Jim Goff, Paul, Aladia, Sabella, Joe, Heather, and then Jim Melvin. And I think we have, with 8 people, I'm going to suggest that you self-manage your time, 3 minutes per person, and if there is time left over, we can always circle back again. So I'm going to start with Dima. The floor is yours.
Firstly, thank you very much for the presentation. This is part of a hugely exciting development along that area. It's literally creating a whole urban district where there is now, parking lots and just open big box development. So from the cities, to commend the city also for really pushing this. I had raised my hand to ask a question about energy. So this is maybe more, I'll phrase it as a comment instead. Is to understand there's a suggestion at the end that they're going to look into more district energy solutions. This is a question I would have, or a hope I would have, that from the city perspective, this is being taken into consideration. By the time these developments are built, I think we're going to be needing some pretty radical approaches to dealing with our energy productions and ensuring it's clean. And I feel with every development being proposed independently, I would hope that the city has some leadership with respect to really pushing and I would say imposing some energy production requirements and district energy requirements for the whole project. In terms of the project itself, I think it's highly commendable what is being proposed. I think there's the articulation of having that street between the 2 buildings is bringing it off a very large and wide boulevard, which is currently Eglinton, which will have the transit on it. There's a lot of potential in creating something that is calming, that is an escape, that is cooler, that is more sheltered. And I think there's real potential of creating a bit of urbanity there. I think the one thing I would question maybe is the retail treatment in that area. It feels sometimes, and maybe it's the renderings, that it is not a building into which retail is being installed, but that like it's almost like a shopping mall aesthetic sometimes at the base, where it's like the identity of the retail store is taking over the architecture of the podium. And I'm wondering, between balancing the architecture of the retail versus the architecture expression of the podium, maybe like the images and you were showing of those precedent images had a very strong urban character to the streets. And so the retail is secondary to that, whereas on some of the renderings you're showing of the buildings at the base, it felt like the retail was taking over. The architecture of the retail, or the identity of that retailer, would be taking over the base rather than the other way around. So I think it's important. I would encourage that identity of that muse and that street architecturally takes precedent over the identity of the individual retailers, and that there's a way to encourage some strong tenant retail design guidelines so that that street and character has an identity in which the retail fits in, rather than some of the renderings where it seems to be the reverse play. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dima. Moving on to Jim Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I agree with Dima's comments, particularly regarding the overall site design. I think it's a good enhancement to what is currently very suburban, to make it more urban, as we're seeing all the way along the eastern part of the LRT line. I did think that there was kind of a lot of intro in the presentation, and I was really hoping for more info on the design elements. So maybe in future that can be reflected. And I did, as I said in the questions, I found what I perceived as inconsistencies between the various slides regarding the Largo and the POPs and all this rather confusing. And to me, I think that corner of Victoria Park at Eglinton, it is quite a busy location. Some of the traffic hopefully will go away, but probably not a lot of it. So I think you need to have a really strong concept there for what you want that corner to be, if it's going to be some kind of special moment in urban design features. So my transportation take on that, of course, would be to kind of make it sort of a mobility hub with things like sheltered bike parking and other features to really enhance and facilitate intermodal connectivity there. And regarding the driveway onto Victoria Park, I mean, there may be a design reason for this, but I think interrupting the pedestrian realm on a major street this close to a major intersection seems kind of contrary to city policy. So I'm pretty sure you can handle all of that traffic through the entrance on the north side. So I would much prefer to see no driveway on the major street like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Moving on to Paul.
Thank you for an ambitious and comprehensive proposal. I think the criticism that's coming is mostly because the bar has been set so high, and in a sort of from a design perspective, from a community perspective, etc. And so, you know, the couple things that stood out for me is the intro that actually talked about the various community elements and the OPSD and the, I forget, the TAS and the other offices that are here that'll combine with the retail and the community hub and all of the other programs to deliver more than just whatever it is, X hundred or X thousand units. That said, I think with the opportunity here, where we're essentially creating an entire new neighborhood from scratch, it's sort of like there's no excuse not to do everything perfect. And so this is sort of the critique of getting to perfect, I guess. Is that there still are a few places where I feel some of the transportation design and then some of the streetscape elements specifically are being kind of pushed to a more normative suburban model, let's say. So it's things like the site triangles, or let me just put the site plan up so I can refer to them as we go. You know, the left-hand turn lanes on Golden Mile to Entrance Boulevard, for example, that widen up the street. These little compromises that start to chip away at what is a kind of vision for a kind of urbane community. And so that's where I'd sort of hope that there'd be a little bit more effort as we move forward, is to chip away at some of those things, looking at the driveways for the servicing access, for example. They're rendered on the landscape plan as kind of a continuity of the roadway. Instead of that, could they be rendered or actually built as continuations of the sidewalks, for example? So little bits like that that get us to that. You know, looking at some of the planters, are there ways to cheat in an extra street tree or two or three as we pull up to the corners, pull up to those intersections, just to squeeze the most possible out of this? Other question, and we didn't hear much about it today, but I'm sure there's some thinking in it, but around the kind of microclimate design of the garden itself. It's a unique approach, and I've never seen a sort of commitment to a mid-block connection being made as humane and hospitable as we've seen here. And so it's fantastic. And I guess the next level is sort of, how do you start to map the retail experience onto what's sunny in the afternoon versus what's shady in the evening, and etc. And so that level of detail, and do you actually want to open up the south edge towards Vic Park to get that sun in and tighten up the north edge where maybe there's north winds? I don't know, but I think that kind of refinement moving forward is the next bit. I'm a little all over the map here, but coming back to the earlier point, electrical rooms at grade, not really fantastic in an urbane condition. And then at the same time, we've pushed, I'm assuming, all the bike parking below grade. You know, simply flipping that is just another way to animate the streets, increase the comfort and convenience, and then sort of put proof to the commitments around sustainability and sort of a low carbon operating system. So I would just say, keep on the track that you're at and just question every one of these little details and push them harder. Some of it's stuff within your control, some of it's within the city's control. And so where possible, or Metrolinx's control, where possible, let's squeeze that last 5% out and see where we can get to. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. On to Eladia.
Hi, I hope there's not too much background noise here. I've got another meeting going on in the office, but thanks for the presentation, and always nice to see surface parking replaced with literally anything. However, what my comment is just going to actually focus a little bit more on the landscape elements, that continuity of green spaces.
Sorry, Eladia.
It's really bad, is it?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to hear your voice clearly.
Yeah, let me try and go someplace else in the office that's more quiet.
Okay.
If we're looking at, for example, slide 38, we see plant communities represented in the precedent images, whereas if we go on to slide 39, we see a lot of trees and grates and a great deal of hardscape. So I would push the designers to think about continuity of those green elements, because especially in a residential setting, people thrive when the life around them thrives, and it makes a huge difference in the experience of space and in the future success of any kind of human endeavor when we think about how we can keep our animal and plant communities healthy around us. So I'd really emphasize that, and thinking about what can be done to maybe make the individual trees and grates more of a community that has a. Sorry for all the noise. I'm trying to find a quiet place, but got a lot of action going on here. So that's my first comment. I think continuity with that potential parkway is great, thinking about that. And Dima's comment about the architecture versus the shop fronts, I actually have another perspective, perhaps. If you look at Crescent Street in Montreal, the shop fronts have gone wild. It's actually really, really pleasant. So maybe go one direction or the other, because that streetscape with all of the different shop fronts with their particular identities is very diverse, and it feels really nice. It feels like you're experiencing multiple different spaces as you go through, as opposed to one long contiguous experience. So like, whereas the plant life, I feel, really does need to be contiguous, the built environment, I don't feel necessarily does. So that's just perhaps my personal take on shop fronts and retail spaces and excitement and so forth. The final thing that I wanted to say is that the food store, the grocery, it is concerning that there's only sort of anticipated to be a single grocery that's similar in size. Definitely encourage any measures that can be taken to enhance access to food for this neighborhood, which is going to house an awful lot of people, way more than it does now, would be really helpful. All right, thanks.
Thanks very much. Okay, we're going to move on to Sabella and then Joe.
Thank you for this presentation. It really captured the context, the big picture, and then I like how it zoomed into the details. I was trying to understand just the scale of all this redevelopment along the Golden Mile, and then I realized that it's equal to in North York, with the extent from Shepherd all the way up to Finch Avenue. And so I think about what the pedestrians will experience walking along a lot of retail that I'm sure will be flanking Eglinton. And I really like how this study was done to look at the podium retail, the facades, and how to vary them and to create a bit of character within each frontage. And so I think that's particularly important because it'll be predominantly glazing, and so you could basically walk for miles along glazing and hoping that the retail inside is interesting. So for that pedestrian experience along these main streets, I think it's vitally important to have really wide planter along Eglinton, and I hope a study is done as to how much of a planter and how much of a gap. And I think that should be continued on Victoria Park. I agree with Paul. Let's squeeze every inch of it to maximize that buffer between the pedestrian realm and the street. I like how the retail was flanking Eglinton, and I know there's not a lot of retail on the Victoria Park Avenue frontage, but I'm wondering if some form of infrastructure to support bicycles, be it some type of a bicycle service station or some covered parking, could perhaps animate that frontage. The landscape plan I found is still lacking a lot of detail, and it's unfortunate I didn't see that in this package. Along the corner of Entrance Boulevard and Golden Mile, there's a substantial amount of undefined space in front of the electrical room, and I'm not sure if that's for access for hydro trucks, but I'm hoping some kind of a greener solution could be found in that area. And I really like this whole internal garden concept that is flanked with retail. I think with the tremendous amount of sidewalks flanking streets throughout this area, that this could become a very special space. I think it should be green and lush, and I think it really needs a really bold vision to create a sort of allure and create a different sense of intimacy that could attract people and pull them in off of the street. Right now, to me, it feels very hard, and I just don't see much of a difference between that space and walking along the streetscape. So I think a lot more could be done to just create a softer and more comfortable space in between those two blocks.
Great, thank you.
I think that's it, yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Sabella. Moving on to Joe, then Heather, and then Jim Melvin. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks, Jim. Or sorry, thanks, Gord, excuse me. I wanted to start by maybe building on something Paul said earlier and just wanting to applaud the overall ambition of the project on many levels. And I think that starts with the project sponsors and developers and how they kind of provide sort of marching orders to the team, if you will, and that's really coming across. I admire the project on at least 4 levels that have been described today, beginning with sustainability and the thinking presented about whole life carbon performance, which I hadn't heard quite described that way previously, and starting to have that kind of discipline, research, modeling, investigation going into the way we make things is really to be applauded. As a minor sidebar to that, and just to connect it to my earlier question about parking, we know how carbon intensive underground parking structures are. And so wishing the team best of luck in conversations with parking and people in marketing who have ideas about how much parking is necessary and other opinions. But, and then maybe just connecting, and I want to come back to this, with the idea of maybe the parking need not entirely connect between the two halves of the block. And so building on what Aladia and I think Sabella and others have been talking about in terms of the character and potential lushness of that north-south connection, that it has a connection to earth. And yes, there can be a connection between 2 parking garages, but it need not be continuous. And it need not be the kind of situation where you literally within 2 to 3 decades have to literally lift everything up, put in a new roof structure, put it back down and start all over again. That's what's now happening with landscapes on top of roofs. So anyway, but the larger and sustainability objective is characterized incredible and wonderful. And the second, as Paul already alluded to, was this kind of social and economic community value lens that I suspect the Daniels Corporation has a fair bit to do with, but I appreciate others as well, no doubt, in the picture. And I really appreciate that kind of perspective early on, and partly perhaps influenced by existing conditions, but that kind of way of integrating accessibility, diversity, existing communities, affordability, really to be applauded. On the level of urban redevelopment overall, a really simple but powerful and effective street and block pattern that I think really works at a large overall level, especially given the mid-block connection on this block. A powerful idea about the urban realm. I think all of that is highly laudable. I would, like others, I would applaud the architectural expression that I've been seeing thus far. I also, though, would question the need for two major vehicular entrances to what I would call the West Block. I would echo and support, I think, Jim Melvin's earlier observations in that regard. And my other observation about the public realm, I did ask the question about why are so many materials being expressed in the representations of the public realm. When I look at the public realm plan and the ground plan, at one end, there's this kind of variations of brown that go right across the property line, but at the other end, the property line seems to be some kind of distinction. Maybe that's just an early graphic. My observation would be this. There's enough variety going on already in the architecture. There's enough variety going on with respect to the north-south frontages. I love the irregularity of the north-south frontages along that mid-block connection. The irregularity of that, I think, could be complemented with a quieter ground plane, just a suggestion. And really powerful planting has been suggested by others. And my final applaud is, and maybe the circumstances just allow it, but I think there's also some great thinking going on here. And that is how hard it is to actually convert through implementation, to take what's there now and bring it to reality and not kill the grocery store in the process, to let it continue to function throughout and let the other primary tenants of the place function while this place is transformed. That's a very, very good aspect of the project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Move on to Heather and then Jim Melvin.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Firstly, I just want to say that I really appreciate the kind of touchstone images of the cars, this kind of machined or metal aesthetic. I think that just reminding us of the kind of optimism that the automobile brought at this time, and thinking about this transformation of the site and the name Golden Mile that's going to stay, and what this kind of new optimism in 2023 can bring. I like and appreciate the block planning, and I especially like that you've weighted importance to Eglinton and Golden Mile Boulevard. And I really like the move of the lobbies off of the kind of central through block connections. I think that's quite strong. Like some of the criticism you've heard from Jim and Paul, I think that Entrance Boulevard feels a bit strange. So actually the two short ends, with much of those facades being unanimated and dedicated to back of house and electrical rooms. So I think you've heard this comment before. I really like the success of the tiered terraced exterior rooftop amenity areas. I like how specific they are, and I think that this is a very successful aspect of the project. I think Leo, you used the word careful cascade when you were referring to, I think, the overall massing, but that to me describes the attitude for the podium roofs. I also have lots of accolades for page 54, really digging into what are the kind of prescribed elements for retail frontages, what is enough to actually hold it together as a place, as a neighborhood, as a kind of recognized placemaking versus what can the retailer kind of bring to this and in what framework. So I really appreciate that study of what is the right balance of sameness or common elements. I asked the question about the interruptions in the rental tower because it would be great if they could be tied to changes in use. So it sounds like there's some study happening already there. Also, I want to just further underscore that the blending of podium to tower, this kind of insertion of a mid zone rather than a kind of typical tower podium, I think is very successful, and that opportunity has been really brought to the fore in the design. I agree with some of the comments that have been made about the garden zone. I think it's a very, very a powerful design move. I think it's the right move. I think Paul has made some suggestions about shaping that. Maybe there's more sun. Sibylla's suggestions about adding more green. And I just think generally this development has been weighted very carefully, because I do think people aren't going to want to spend time on Eglinton, that the kind of the Golden Mile Boulevard and the pedestrian through block connections are much more interesting places. And I think that's where generally most of the attention and the heart of the projects are. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Finally, Jim Melvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for your presentation. It was very insightful. I actually grew up in this area, so I know a little bit about how the Golden Mile functioned and how much fun it was to go down to that area. Before I comment on Block F, I'd like to comment on page 22, which is your master plan. And maybe this comment is more for the city folks, but it regards your green park space and the notion of what that park will be. Your plan indicates that there is a Creighton Court Park that is on the north side of Creighton Avenue. And that park is actually there because it's an outfall for a large storm system. And the storm system was put in, if you look at even your documentation of when it was a farmland, that was a little creek running through there. So when I think it's Starlight, the developer to the north, and Creighton Street gets closed and your park is built and it all connects to Creighton Court Park, the city and yourself should be looking at something that either daylights or reflects the fact that there was a creek in that area, and have a little more nature as opposed to a urban park. And with that said, I've never heard the term placebo parking, but that's kind of cool. I don't know if you need 85 placebo parking spots. I would much rather see the single slab building that surround the placebo parking, the one on Golden Mile Boulevard, to be moved to the north, and then your whole placebo parking area be turned into a village green, which would, and I know Ralph knows about village greens and how to put commercial around those, and not put any surface parking on the site, placebo or not. I would hope the team would think more as a placebo park than a placebo parking lot. So that's just those comments on the master plan altogether. Block F, I agree mostly with all of the comments from my colleague. When you're driving along Eglinton heading east and you come up the hill, the most disappointing for 60 years has been a vacant parking lot and a couple of sonotube columns at that corner. There's nothing to greet you. So the fact that you're going to build a building here will be great, but I think that puts a lot of pressure on what does that west elevation of that building look like? And it's got to be articulate. It is the introduction for people going east of this whole new Golden Mile era. Lots of pressure. You have to really think that out. And I think there's room for improvement. Jim and others have talked about the entrance for the servicing entrance. If you look at page, I think it's page 58 of your document, you have an elevation sketch of that. And basically the the Victoria Park facing wall is most underwhelming. It's a vacant hole. It has 2 electrical rooms. I think it needs a lot of work, a lot of help. And I've heard my comrades say the same thing. Into the garden area, Joe is right on. It shouldn't be on a slab. I would just love it to be off slab and as green as can be. I would encourage that rather than try and program it, and that's what it appears here that with some of the sketches that things are being placed on purpose down this green lane. I would let your customers and your retail people figure the space out, but give them a framework, and the framework should be planting, and the planting should be dense and welcome. And then I'm not sure what's driving the retro look on the site furnishings there, but the fact that they're going to be heavy and movable, and I would say not going to age well. I would look for more of movable furnishings in that zone for the people. On Eglinton itself, the setbacks are generous enough that I think you could even add a second row of trees along Eglinton and make it as green as possible. The one thing also the garden space has got correct is the 18 meters between, I think that was part of the zoning, but the 18 meters between building faces, that's what you need to make those spaces welcome. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Jim. Before we call the vote, just wanted to sort of pick up on some of the comments that panel members have made. I think the proponent team can probably clearly see that there's a thread throughout the comments that the panel is really impressed with what you've done with this site. And I think and it's very exciting again for the panel to see, having seen the overall master plan for the Golden Mile, and then to actually see in fairly short order the actual evolution or revolution of Golden Mile taking place with the projects that we're seeing today. I think what's really important about the way you've handled this project is you've picked up, I think, on many of the pet peeves that the panel has had over the years. If we see too many projects that have a monoculture built form character, you've taken special care to make sure that that doesn't happen. If we say one of their pet peeves is that the pedestrian realm is usually the thing that's left to the very end, you've spent a huge amount of time looking at how to create that quality. And there's so many other things that I think that you've picked up on, and it just makes it's such a beautiful thing to see when all of those things that we have seen so often missing in other projects over the years, that these are being tackled and they're being brought forward. I think the key thing here, as was said earlier, is that in the details is where the success of this will lie. But I think also the success will lie in following it all the way through, your ability to pick up on what is missing in other developments. And I think one of those would be the images, the precedent images that we see in projects quite often have nothing to do with what is actually being designed. And my sense is that there is still a distance to go there. It's a much shorter distance than we've seen in other developments in the past. And I think the comments about the sense of transition from a very busy, noisy set of thoroughfares into, within, I'd say, 2 or 3 steps, a complete transition into a space that has enough softness to it, enough greenness to it, that the noise level goes down. Every one of us has been in a place like that where all of a sudden you suddenly feel happier, you feel more productive, and you'd actually like to buy something. Those are things that need to be carried even further in this design. And I think in the end, without going on, because I've got a whole series of notes here, it's really commendable. There is a distance yet to go. This could be an exemplar. It's got the potential of that. Now the distance has to be covered, and then all of a sudden, Golden Mile will be golden again. So we're going to call the vote. And Leanne, if you could pull up the voting text. Okay. First review, panel members, you have the opportunity to vote in support or non-support. When voting with support, sometimes with projects, there are certain key conditions that need to be looked at as a conditional support. I'll just ask whether any panel members see that the vote of support requires any key conditions. And I see none.
Mr. Chair, actually.
Yes.
I would like to just say that I would be much more inclined to support this if there was no driveway access on Victoria Park. So perhaps support could be contingent on the proponent going back and looking at the opportunities to remove that.
Okay. All right. And do I have, I'll call it sort of an informal seconder on that. Is there any of the other panel members who feel that that is something? Yes? Okay, excellent. I think there's enough there. So I'll just let everybody know, if you're voting for support, the key condition is that the driveway access onto, and I haven't got the map here at the
Victoria
moment.
Park.
Victoria Park, thank you very much, that be removed. Are there any other conditions that any panel members see?
Yeah, Gord, I don't think Jim said removed. I know that's the objective of the comment, but Jim's language, I thought, Jim, your language was reviewed with the objective of determining whether it could be removed. In other words, I'm nervous, Gord, about sort of, making some kind of, like you have to do, I don't know. I mean, I don't feel privileged enough to know the overall transportation objectives, but I support entirely Jim's objective here.
Okay.
Yeah, that was what I said.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to say reviewed that the driveway access onto Victoria Park, just north of Eglinton Avenue East, be reviewed to determine whether that can be
removed.
Removed. Okay. And Leanne, did you capture that wording?
Yeah, I did.
You did. Okay, great. All right. I'm going to call the vote then. Those voting in support of voting for support, keep that in mind with that condition versus non-support. I'm going to run through the list, and as I call your name, I will ask you for your vote. We'll start with Dima.
Support.
Okay. Sabella.
Support.
Heather.
Support.
Thank you. Jim Melvin.
Support.
And Jim Goff.
Support.
Joe.
Support.
Paul.
Support.
And Eladia. Is Eladia? Is she still there? Eladia, you're on mute. Okay, I'll ask one more time. Eladia, are you there? Okay. So voted. Thank you very much. Very great presentation, and we'll look forward to it coming back again. We're going to take a very short break. We're starting the next session at 2:45. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I just found my mute button. It got hidden on me in my app, and I support. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Backing up. Okay, it's
Lydia.
unanimous. Thank you very much. See you in a few minutes. 2:45 p.m. start. Thank you. Leanne, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Yes, is everybody here?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, all the proponent team as well? Yes, great. Okay, let's start the next session this afternoon. Welcome everybody to the second of 3 sessions this afternoon at the City of Toronto Design Review Panel. We're moving on to, just bear with me here for a second, to item number 2, 1920 to 1940 Eglinton Avenue East. And this is a rezoning application for the entire site with 4 site plan applications, 1 per block. It is also the first time that this project is coming before us for review. So this is the first review, and there will be a vote at the end. We've dedicated 1 hour and 15 minutes for the review itself. Staff will have a 6-minute amount of time to make their presentation, and that will then be followed by a 15-minute, and I just want to verify that. Yes, a 15-minute presentation. In both cases, when there's 1 minute left, I'll very gently jump in to let you know you have a minute left. And then there will be discussion after the presentations. I wanted to remind everybody once again that we're being live streamed on YouTube. This is also being recorded, so we are live. And the recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. So now I'm going to go through roll call for panel members. Last time I used the word presence, but I think roll call is a little bit more pragmatic. And I'll start, and if you can just let me know if you're here and if you have any conflict of interest on this project. And we'll start with Dima.
Here, no conflict.
Thanks, Dima. Sibella.
Here, no conflict.
Thanks, Sibella. Heather.
Here and no conflict.
Thanks, Heather. Jim Melvin.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. Jim Goff.
Here and no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. Joe.
Here, no conflict.
Thank you, Joe. Paul.
Present, no conflict.
Yes. Okay. Aladia.
Here, no conflict.
Thanks, Aladia. And I think Anna Madeira might be joining us.
I'm here. Present, no conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That's great. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 members here this afternoon. So we will get started with the city staff introduction and presentation. Again, you have 6 minutes. The 5-minute mark, I'll just gently butt in, and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Emily Caldwell. I'm a community planner in the Scarborough District, and I'm here with my colleague Benaz Jabaruti from Urban Design to quickly walk you through the staff presentation for the subject site. Next slide, please. The subject site is located within the Golden Mile Secondary Plan area. On the right-hand side of the screen, you have the map associated with Official Plan Amendment number 499, which was adopted by City Council in October of 2020 to bring the secondary plan into force, or to adopt it rather. It has been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and those appeals remain outstanding at this point. Some are in the process of being resolved, but as it stands right now, the secondary plan is not in full force and effect. Next slide, please. The site is located within the mixed-use transit nodes character area from the secondary plan, as well as the Ashtonby transition area. So the portion that fronts onto Eglinton Avenue East, shown in purple, is area number 2, the mixed-use transit nodes, which will be centers of activity and contribute to the creation of green, vibrant Main Street. There'll be a variety of parks, varying sizes and functions, and there will be a mix of tall and mid-rise buildings. There will also be higher design elements, or excuse me, more built form located adjacent to the Eglinton Crosstown LRT stops. In terms of the transition area further north, the area shown in yellow, item number 6, is the Ashtonby transition area. So that would also have a series of parks of varying sizes and functions. There would be connections provided to the Ashtonby Reservoir Park and Meadowway further north. There would be a variety of built forms with lower tall building heights than those in mixed-use transit nodes further south. And there would also be appropriate transition to parks and open spaces and the adjacent employment areas. Next slide. The Golden Mile Secondary Plan area consists of 14 sites with active development applications. The subject site is shown in the red boundary, generally in the middle, item number 17. There have been a series of settlements to date that City Council, have accepted with respect to a number of these sites, including the subject site at the official plan amendment level. So in terms of the master plan, that has been dealt with in terms of an accepted settlement. And what we're dealing with today is the zoning bylaw amendment application for the entire site, as mentioned by the chair, as well as site plan applications for the various sites. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the official plan amendment application has been settled, if you will. So there are approved draft site and area specific policies, as well as the corresponding maps. So what you see on the screen are the maps associated with the draft site and area specific policy and built form on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. The site is also located within the Golden Mile Environmental Assessment Study boundary, which is an ongoing study looking at new and reconfigured streets. Next slide.
I will continue with the Eglinton Avenue Streetscape Plan. The Eglinton Avenue East Streetscape Plan is going to support the commercial main street and vibrant urban place. And as you can see within this cross-section drawing, there's going to be a sidewalk zone that accommodates tree planting, generous pedestrian sidewalk, and marketing zone with the setbacks. There's going to be a 3-meter road widening both sides of the Eglinton Avenue, and there's going to be a 9.3-meter boulevard in each side. And the total width of the right-of-way will be 43 meters for Eglinton Avenue. There's going to be a 3-meter planting zone on each side of Eglinton Avenue, which is basically separating the bike lane from the sidewalk. Going to the site context, the site is located between the Hakimi Avenue, Warden Avenue on east and west side, Eglinton Avenue east on the south side, and the Ashtonby Road on the north side. Going through the views, here is the view looking northeast from Eglinton Avenue east. Here is the looking northwest from Eglinton Avenue east toward the site. Looking southwest from Ashtonby Road, that is located on the north side of the site, and looking southeast again from Ashtonby Road, which is located on the north side of the site. And this is looking southeast from Hakimi Avenue. As Emily mentioned, the application is a draft plan of subdivision, rezoning, and site plan. The first round of city staff review, we received the first submission in July 2020. The site consists of 11 tall buildings with the heights that range from 18 to 48 stories, 2 mid-rise buildings with the heights that range from 6 to 7 stories. This site includes the residential GFA of approximately 28,900 square meter, non-residential GFA approximately 14,000 square meter. The total GFA is 305,000 square meter, and the total gross FSI is 3.95 times the site area. Sorry, it's 3.95. The number of residential units is 4,285.
And Benas, just to let you know, we have you have 1 minute left.
Okay, great. On the last slide, the staff are asking the panel advice on the following issue. Firstly, the public realm design for elements such as the streetscape along Eglinton Avenue East and other streets, in particular in relation to the grade changes for building B6 and B7. That there is the image here on this slide. Interface of the proposed public park and public school. Again, here is the image for this concern issue, and the facade articulation and exterior materials, and lastly, the sustainable building and landscape design strategy and features.
Great. Thank you very much, Benas and Emily. We're going to move on next to the proponent presentation or consultant presentation. And again, it will be a total of 15 minutes. I'll wait for you to load your presentation up onto the screen. then we'll get started. So 15 minutes, the 14-minute mark, I'll remind you, excuse me, that you have one minute left. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, everybody. My name is Andre Delia. I'm a partner at Supercool. I'm short straw, so I will be presenting today. But this project, and Gus Morano will be presenting the landscape after I present the first half of the presentation. On the call here, we have Russell Fleischer from Turner Fleischer and Steve Teeple as well. So this was a project that was done with 3 architectural firms and MBTW being the landscape that knitted the project together. One thing that's key about the way we worked is, there were 3 firms. Our client hired us because they wanted a diverse project in terms of built scale, of scale of projects and character and materiality, and with the focus on working on the ground plane, which was really important where we worked with those workshops with the team. So next slide. There's the team there. So the next slide, please. I won't dwell on these, but this is the subject site with the LRT stops shown. So our site is the orange one in the middle. Next. This is the road network that is part of the secondary plan, where the new road, Golden Mile Avenue, that cuts through our site and bifurcates it north and south. And there's a new north-south road that splits it into 4 quadrants. Next. And these are some of the design principles that we were working with at the beginning of the project, where the cohesive diversity of built form was really important, and the high quality of the public realm. So I'll be focusing more on the public realm during this presentation. Next. And just some quick stats about the project. It is roughly 3.3 million square feet of GFA, and in that we have a school, we have a grocery store, and we have office space as well as retail. So it's really about creating a vibrant, animated, and resilient neighborhood with these supportive community uses. Next. This is an aerial showing the proposal there. You can see the park in the foreground, and off the park is the school and an office building along just off of Eglinton Avenue there. Next. So this diagram shows the uses that we're proposing at grade, where the blue is retail, and Centennial College is to the north of our site. And buildings A1 and A2, the proposal there is to potentially work with Centennial College and have institutional spaces that they can use within those buildings. And the important thing too is the new LRT connection off of Eglinton will be a strong connection to Centennial College through Hakimi Boulevard and through the new north-south road that is being created. Next. This is a diagram of public space. So within the park, within the site, we have a pedestrian connection that cuts through the east-west on the north and the south block, and that is these pedestrian muses that connect the buildings through. What we've done is that we have these north-south laneways that split the 4 blocks into 4 quadrants, and that's for thinking about servicing and other uses in terms of how to move through the site. We also have a series of green spaces and front grade-related units of townhouses with front yards there shown in the light green. This is a block plan just showing the massing and the tower separations with the podiums and the towers. So here we have generous separations that range between 30 meters to as high as just over 50 meters. So we have good tower separations, and the podiums are typically between 15 to 20 meter separations as well. Next. It's a general floor plan of the ground floor showing the different uses. And so if you go to the next slide. So you can see this is the northern block, and to the top, the pink represents the non-residential use along Ashtonby and along Hakimi and Warden Avenue. The pedestrian muse cuts between buildings, A1 and A2 and A3 and A4, and cuts all the way across to Warden Avenue. Lane in the middle is what facilitates the loading and the parking. So what we did as a team is we consolidated loading across from each building, and also thinking about the buildings on four sides. There really are no backs to these buildings. So that was quite important to how we start to animate all sides of the buildings, where we have through lobby. Most of the buildings have through lobbies. So for example, A2 has a lobby off of Hakimi, and that connects to the lane, to the service lane in the back. And we have these roundabouts, these little nodes, roundabouts, these hexagonal turnarounds here to sort of facilitate the movement of cars and bikes and pedestrians as well, to make it a safe crossing. Next slide. So the southern block is similar concept. Here we have the public park to the right, to the left of C2, which is the pink represents the school, and the purple represents the lobby for the office space, which is above the school in this case. Buildings B6 and B7 have extensive retail along Eglinton and Warden, and a grocery store on the second floor. This one was actually quite a complex building to design in terms of how to get the loading for the grocery store, and how to continue that very important north-south pedestrian connection, where you can see starts from Eglinton that goes all the way up to the north there. So the loading, we'll get into a little bit more detail there, but again, that connection, those through connections were quite important when we were working on this project. And here the yellow represent townhouses at grade, and the pale orange are the lobbies that actually connect from the front and the back. This is a diagram just showing the street conditions, where the podiums range between 4 and 6 stories. And this is the cross section between Golden Mile, the new road that cuts the site in the north and south. Next. This is a typical laneway condition, where we have, in some cases, this is a 2-story podium that steps back, and then we have a 6-meter lane with generous with 3-meter sidewalks in this particular case as well. And then a 3-meter front yard for the townhouses at grade. Next. And this is one cut through the Muse. This will be this is a 15-meter separation between the two podiums, and here we have 3-meter patios for the townhouses, with the center being a landscape muse. Next, and this is an image of all the buildings with their ground plane, and just the idea of a cohesive diversity in terms of materiality, in terms of design expression, but knowing that there are datum lines that continue and connect all the podiums. So like the ground floor heights were more or less consistent throughout the project, and also the floor-to-floor heights and the elevations of the top podiums also, and how they vary and how they start to step down towards the conditions to the north towards Centennial College. Next. And then these are some of the views. So this is the view at the northwest corner, where we have a 6-story residential building with Centennial College is to the left here, and the ground floor in this building here is meant to house Centennial College functions in classrooms and so on. And this is the Ashtonby looking east. This is a view from Warden and Ashtonby. So this is the the northeast corner of the site. This is mainly retail at grade. And then the line of the 6-story podiums. This is the corner of, sorry, next one, Gus. This is the corner of Eglinton and Warden. So this is where we have the grocery store on the second floor. And this is where one of the LRT stops, and we have a pop space out in the front corner there. Next. This is a view from Hakimi and Golden Mile, and the park is to the right. So we have an 18-story building that and it drops down to a 6-story building, and then down to Centennial to the north, and then to the right of us we have the park and the Golden Mile Avenue. This is a view of one of the interior streets. Next. And this is a view from the parkette to the left. This is Golden Mile Avenue and the new North and South Street. And these are some of the expressions of the townhouses at grade along. This is an elevation of Golden Mile, and just looking at how the street landscaping works with the built form along the building, just to show you a variety of the heights and the materiality and the building expressions, as well as how they start to relate to each other from across the street. Next, just a slide about sustainability. So as you know, it's still early stages, but these are some of the sustainable points or strategies that we've been talking about here, about high efficiency mechanical systems, air to water heat pumps, window wall ratio is really important. So we're looking at buildings that are not all glass buildings. So window ratio of, trying to target a 40-60, and then thinking about the envelopes as well, that high R effective R values, and then the site. It is well served by transit, and again, trying to make it quite walkable and infrastructure for cycling as well. So there's also, we're looking at options for geothermal, but it's still quite early stages right now. And from here, I'm going to pass it on to Gus, talk about the landscape.
Thanks, Andre. Good afternoon, everyone. So we're looking at the overall master plan at a roof plan level. So we see the outdoor amenity terraces, the green roofs, and the overall master plan. Just as a kind of organizing principle, we're looking at the site in terms of the hierarchy of public spaces and how that transition fades into the shared spaces, and then how do we address amenities on the buildings. And one of the really conscious decisions that the overall master plan incorporated was that the shared elements at grade were really very much conceived of as being public. So shared, public, and private. So a lot of the edges, a lot of the interfaces are really kind of open to that connectivity. So the site has a very clear sense of these mid-block connections, north-south. The overall site has over 1.5 kilometers of new or revitalized streetscapes. It also has over 350 new street trees and private trees. But connectivity and
Gus, sorry to cut in. Sorry to cut in. You have about a minute left. Is that going to work for you?
I will go very fast. Okay, so in terms of the sustainability measures, we've incorporated the TGS version 4, so low impact development, planting strategies, lighting strategies, and for sure green roofs. But the importance of this slide is that we've looked at the entire site, both at the at-grade and public realm level, but also on the terraces and green roofs. We'll go through the quadrants relatively quickly, but each of the different blocks has a different aspect in terms of what's programmed throughout the master plan. So this block, as Andre mentioned, with buildings A1 and A2 in the northwest corner, has that proximity and adjacency to Centennial College. And the ability there is really to make that connection to the north, to Ashtonby Reservoir Park from a pedestrian and green space access, and also Gatineau Hydro Corridor Trail. But this block is characterized by some of the typologies we see expressed in some of the other blocks, so I'll touch on them here. Andre mentioned the idea of the organizing principle of the drive court, and that ability to have an echo in each of the quadrants. It provides access and drop off to the main lobbies. Andre also mentioned that all of the lobby entrances are available or accessible from the main roads. So that means we've consolidated the loading and the underground access into these shared internal roads. And then the importance in terms of the hierarchy of shared spaces of the mid-block connections. And here we see each of those drive court elements interfacing with an east-west block. Just in terms of the character of materiality, we see them as shared private roads. So where possible, we use bollards. Each of these north-south elements has a multi-use path component within that boulevard space, internal to the site of at least a dimension of 3.6 meters. So we're really thinking about, east-west and north-south connectivity, and then how do we blend those in these north-south roads.
Gus, just checking in. If I gave you another couple of minutes, would that work for you?
I think that would be great.
Okay, great. 2 minutes. Thanks.
So we've seen this view. This is at Hakimi and Ashtonby of the building A1. This is a view between buildings A1 and A2 of the character of these interface elements, outdoor rooms in between the buildings that activate the east-west mid-block connections. In the eastern block, or the northeastern block, we see buildings B1 and B2. One of the notable characteristics of B1 is that the podiums are connected above, so it's a covered outdoor space. We see how the public realm transitions into the internal mews and the internal private drives with the pedestrian areas. And then the green spaces in terms of the typology of interior courtyards and pedestrian connections to the parks. And then this is a quick render of what that park looks like, the smaller of the two, but really well integrated within the northeast block. And you can see how the built form and the terraces interact with the public realm in that grade. Block B South, so that's the southeast corner. This block basically has everything. It has retail and commercial. Andre mentioned the grocery store and potential in B6. We'll see a little bit more about the really interesting way the north-south mid-block connection is being created. So we'll go to that enlargement now. So in between buildings B6 and B7, there's a breezeway condition that brings you across what we're saying is kind of this green island that is actually one level above the lower drive elements. And then that brings you in a barrier-free way over to the mid-block connection located along the east-west. So this is a pedestrian-only environment that has a really interesting transition through typologies, through the building, across the landscape island, and then ultimately joining up with the other east-west and north-south mid-block connections. This is a block on the southwest. So here we see in building C2 the school. Just north of it is the proposed outdoor kids play area. The interface with the park, a conceptual park design, but really something that can start to articulate how the spaces are tied together, and programming and what that balance is. And then finally, some views from the park. So this is looking northeast towards the school, just on the right. In beyond that is the east-west pedestrian mid-block. And then you can see how the built form and the diversity of that reinforces this connection between the built form and the public realm within the larger of the two parks. And this finally is a view looking towards that mid-block connection, just north of building C2 where the school is located. And this is kind of contemplated as the main gathering space in the potential park area. And I raced through it, so all yours.
Great. Thank you very much, both of you. Panel members are going to move on to questions of clarification. And if you can raise your virtual hands or your e-hands, then I'll keep track of who has any questions. And this will be directed towards both the city and or the proponent team. And I'm just checking now. Okay, Aladia, Dima, and Joe. Aladia, you're first.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Curious, not quite sure how to phrase this question, but wondering with your cohesive diversity effort with the architecture, is it the intention to sort of reference historical architectural styles like throughout the last 50 years or so? Is that what you're going for, or is that just something I'm seeing and it's not your intention?
And I think that question would be, I'm assuming, directed towards the proponent team. So,
oh, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Andre, would you be able to provide some intro?
We did look at historical Golden Mile footage, like photos and precedents. I would say some of the buildings do reference that. I don't know, like, because we had 3 teams working on them. Some others did more than some of the other teams, but I think it was mainly about thinking about how the buildings related to each other and how the materiality would offset or make more for an interesting and vibrant community. I think that was the main focus. So I don't think there was any specific reference to anything within 15 years. But if it comes across that way, I think it's probably because they're not necessarily glass buildings is what we were trying to achieve.
Okay. Eladia, does that answer your question?
Thanks. Yep.
Okay, great. We'll move on to Dima.
A couple of questions. The first, one of the city questions is about the connection between B6, B7, and the changes in elevation and grade. And I'm trying to, sorry, I have the drawings down here. I'm trying to understand it a little more clearly. Could you maybe go over that again? It's on slide 55. Is it like if people have to go up to go back down on the other side? Is that it? The idea is to go over the driveways?
Guys, can you go to that slide? Do you have it?
Yes. Do you see it now? The section?
I still see just the thank you slide. I don't know whether that's a glitch on.
Okay, I'll just reshare my screen. Just bear with me a second. But absolutely. So we have a section through that space because it is rather, I won't say complicated, but it does do a lot of things. So essentially what we're proposing is that along Eglinton Avenue and the retail component spill out on Eglinton, that is all flush with Eglinton. But through the breezeway, in between buildings B6 and B7, there are a series of elevation changes that relate to finished floor levels within the buildings as well. So it's essentially in two elevation changes with ramps and stairs incorporated that you would transition to the higher elevation, which is where the lobby entrances are located. So both buildings 6 and 7, where you see residential lobby, that elevation is the higher of those 2 grade changes. And then that elevation essentially transfers across what is a pedestrian bridge over the lower level. And then that leads you to a landscaped island at the same elevation. And the driving area, the loading is all arranged along the northern facade. So the cars drive in from the new north-south, they head east, they drop off under the landscape island, and then they head into the underground 1 level below. So that island is essentially the bridge between B6 and B7 and the at-grade component, which is the east-west up space. So this section tells a lot, but essentially you go up to the finished floor of the residential lobby, across the island, and then back down into the east-west mid-block.
Dima, does that answer your question?
I think it explains that. Maybe it doesn't. Is it because you don't want to dig down for parking? Like I'm trying to understand, because it breaks the connection. Maybe I'll leave that as a comment in terms of breaking the connection. Okay. My other question is just if you could go to the slide. I just want to clarify. There's a lot of townhouses at grade with front yards, and I know there's a section that shows the front yards in the building, but it's to clarify like how much of a wall or division or when you're walking down the street, does it end up being like in terms of the grade of where their gardens are and their entrances are you walking by a wall? How close are you to their entrances, the privacy of those yards being proposed, just to understand its impact to the public realm? I think the section, there's a hint of it on page, sorry, I just lost my bookmarks. There's one section where the street section, which there shows the maybe verbally, you can sort of explain what the front yards are doing in relation to the street, and like if there's going to end up being a series of walls, or how are the front gardens defined?
Yep. So along Golden Mile in particular, the at-grade townhouses, in many cases, although the layouts vary depending on the built form and how those townhouses are laid out, they have outdoor terraces. They're separated by what I would say is just a low landscape wall and then a planting buffer. And in most cases, there's an elevation change of a few steps, so that they have an area that is directly adjacent, and the layouts of which vary depending on the building, but there is that separation from building, outdoor terrace, a planting buffer with a low landscape wall, a grade change of a few steps, and then that interfaces with the streetscapes. So that patio and how that wall and whether there's a low fence element in the planting it varies across, but it is part of the overall strategy of the townhouses at grade along the major streetscapes.
Hey, Dusty, there's one of the renderings that show the one with the parquet view. That one. Oh, yeah, so you can get this sense of it there.
I'm going to suggest, in the interest of time, maybe Ademia, if you have any comments on those that during discussion you could bring those up. Is that okay?
Yep, all good.
Yep. Okay. On to Joe and then Sabella.
Two questions. One related to the public space and one an architectural one. The primary park is currently illustrated with a lot of hard surface in proportion to soft surface, if I recall correctly. Also appears highly formal in its kind of depiction. I'm just curious where that's coming from and why that is. The second question specifically relates to buildings B6 and B7, and the way you began this with a kind of description or I think very laudable objective of diversity of architectural expression. I'm looking at the bottom of slide 56 from the southeast corner, I guess, Warden and Eglinton. And even though in the master plan, if I understand it, buildings B6 and B7 were identified as being separate buildings with a complete all the way to ground distinction between them, you seem to have kind of homogenized them in the proposal. So it's now one massive architectural expression all the way along Eglinton Avenue, and there is no interruption in the block.
Is this a
So I'm just trying to understand how did that evolution happen? Why is that a good thing? Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it was a question of clarification.
Maybe I'll address the park first, Joe. So it is a conceptual design really to outline, what the character needs to be. It is rather formal in the sense that it's broken into thirds. Our thought was, and this is, conceptual for the purpose of linking it with the master plan, but that there would be a gathering space in the middle that would interface with our mid-block connections, pull that away from the busier roads. But the balance is absolutely something that we would continue to study as we go forward with the real park design.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the last question, and panel members, just to let you know, it took a little bit more time to present. It's taking a bit more time on the questions, which is good. Both of those are good, but when it comes to discussion, we're going to ask you to be self-manage your time, and I'll tell you how much each person has. Finally, Sabella.
Well,
Excuse me, Sabella, are you there? If you're talking.
Sorry.
Yeah. Are you muted? Okay.
Yes, so I just wanted clarification that along the major streets, along Eglinton and along Warden, there seemed to be an inconsistency in terms of the streetscape and the delivery of a wide raised planter. And I just want to know if that some master plans showed trees on Warden, some did not. And I just wanted clarification on that.
There would be trees on Warden. This building B7 with the majority of the retail has more hard surface for spill out of retail, but for sure there would be raised planters and tree planting. We've shown at the master plan level conceptually the tree planting along Warden. Along Eglinton, we would dovetail with the broader Eglinton design, and the raised planter along Eglinton, as it was described in the cross section, is what we would propose.
Okay, great. Does that answer your question, Sabella?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. We're going to move on now to panel discussion. Panel members, we have nine people, and I'm going to suggest self-manage your time, 3 minutes per person. And if you could hold to that, that would be great. If somebody says something before you that you essentially agree with, if you could just simply indicate that and then add any new comments that you have. The order will be Dima, Jim Goff, Paul, Sabella, Joe, Eladia, Anna, Heather, and Jim Melvin. So we'll start with you, Dima. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the presentation. Some of this, maybe I'm confused by parts of this proposal, which are perplexing me. I agree with the whole premise of having different architecture of the buildings. We were creating something that looks like it's developed over time, that it's not homogeneous, that it's different and articulated, and has variety and character. I think that's those are all definitely in the right direction, as well as some attempt of looking at podiums, materials, and datum lines to create some sort of link between the sites. I think that's a positive approach. I think, and I don't know where this is in the architecture. The architecture of some of the towers I'm finding slightly perplexing. Maybe particularly the B6, B7 site. I'm not, maybe I'll just leave it at that. I'm not sure. It seems very harsh and angular for such a prominent corner. I feel like corners should be welcoming people into the site, and maybe the angularity of the architecture I'm finding slightly off-putting for that corner, which sort of leads into the B6-7 link with the going up and down. I think there's likely a solution which that north-south muse can be made without changing grades. Warden is a fairly busy and hectic street. The idea is to bring people into the site and focus on pedestrians and encourage them not having something that goes up and down and makes the rear of B6, B7 so heavily and predominantly vehicular, I think would be much helpful. I understand that, a grocery store, and I'm hoping, since I shop there all the time, that Adonis will come back to life, that it will be included. And I understand there's huge loading involving with groceries. It just seems like as you walk down the street to have this sort of entrance lobby high up on a plinth, which effectively is what it ends up being, it seems to be contradictory to creating this idea of this more unified, more equal, and more accessible pedestrian plane. I think Joe's comment about the park is sort of leading, and there is there's supposed to be a school in the ground floor of that office building, and at the moment it feels so formal and so restrictive that there just seems to be a need for a lot more green, a lot more undulation, a lot more buffering as well, if that's going to be a playground eventually for children, or to have something that does create much more of a safe space. And I would certainly encourage looking at that. And just as a final, maybe this is the final comment, is that there's a need for a bit more refinement, I would say, of the landscaping and the treatments at grade, and prioritizing it to become more pedestrian and have a much stronger link. If the buildings are going to have so much variety, to have a much stronger tie, which becomes the landscape as we walk through this area.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dima. On to Jim Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have very few comments from a transportation perspective. It's good to see sustainability measures included in the design. That's great. And also the mix of uses to make this more of a complete community. That will help in keeping some trips internal. The transportation design seems very well thought out, I think, and overall. It's good that pedestrian connections are provided through the blocks, good level of connectivity. I think my only kind of negative or questioning comment is related to the park design. The images seem to have a lot of hard surface. I think it would be nice to see more unpaved, more green area, or at least use more permeable paving. If this is going to be a play area for school, I think it should be a little wilder, to be honest. This corridor is going to end up being very urban, very civilized, and a little bit of wild green chaos might be good, and maybe even of a green field for some soccer games for all the kids who are going to live in the condos next door. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. On to Paul.
Thank you. And maybe, Jim, if you won't make transportation comments, I'll focus in on them. How about that?
I knew you would, Paul.
No, I'll try to keep it brief. The thing that really stands out for me is just the mid-block connections, the streetscaping of those relative to the other streets, and it feels almost inverted in that I forget the main central north-south street is really a kind of just a generic green that's been applied. Warden doesn't have a lot of detail in the streetscaping. Eglinton, maybe it's deferred to a standard, etc. But then the internal streets where you'd sort of imagine kind of green oases to be are these sort of octagon piazzas that are dominated by cars, and it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity for me, given the kind of ambition of the place and the scale and the density. And my compunction would be, is that a word? Anyhow, my immediate kind of reaction would be to invert that and try to limit as much the circulation of cars into those mid-block connections. Do the bare minimum to get your servicing to work. Try to get as much coming off of the
Sorry, did we lose Paul?
I think so.
It appears to be. Okay, we'll come back to Paul. We're going to move on to Sabella.
Thank you for this presentation. There's certainly a lot of development packed into these 70 pages. I think the overall landscape approach is really quite good at pulling the public realm together. I like the abundance of POPs spaces, especially the east-west connections. I do agree with Dima that north-south connection going through buildings B6 and B7 is challenging. And I think that whole area would need to be looked at again to create a greater certainty and sort of intuitive sense that this is truly a connection right through to Eglinton. I noticed just now on slide 9 that there appear to be no trees on Warden Avenue on the south half. And so I really feel for a development of this magnitude that a really strong streetscaping is vitally important, especially for all the units facing that way. And I think a little more effort needs to be made to make sure that a green edge can be provided, like a strong green edge and a comfortable pedestrian realm can be provided along that edge. I agree that the park is very formal and way too much hardscape in my opinion, and needs a more diverse amount of programming that I guess will be perhaps influenced by public meetings, and I think a friendlier or edge with a school so that the school could potentially spill out into that. So I think this is perhaps a nice concept, but I think it will need to be much more responsive to the pedestrian movements and create a more diverse opportunity of activities. The other streetscapes I think seem pretty sound, and I did note Dima's comment before about about what was being provided at the grade-related units. I think it was on slide 15, where it seemed like perhaps there was not much private space available between the walkway and the units. And I think it's important to, if you are going to have grade-related units, to make sure that they have a defined private space that well away from the public walkway. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabella. I will move on next to Joe, then Eladia. Joe.
Thanks, Gord. I think there are a lot of good things that underline the fundamental organization of the place, and I sense that there's been a lot of work over many months and years on the part of the city staff and the development team to get us here. So for example, specifically, I think the street and block pattern overall, the manner in which transportation has been thought about, the separation of servicing, the use of the north-south lanes in particular, I think is a laudable kind of strategy overall. Just very quickly and without being repetitive, just piling on the park, I think just put away what you've done and start again. And maybe not much more needs to be said about that just now, but I think that's really key. And I would say in particular, not simply from the perspective, I think thinking about it from a variety of perspectives, first and foremost as a community park and an amenity, but as an experience along Eglinton, because the Eglinton experience is really going to be transformed over the next decade. And then, of course, as a visual thing that you're looking down on from all these tall buildings. So that would be one thing. The second very specific observation I would make is that I think there, for example, the introduction in suggesting, look how many buildings there are here, look how much property, we need a diverse architectural team. And so there are 3 architects. I would question whether that is even enough, but I absolutely support that objective and support the proponent for bringing that forward. It's really great, but would just respectfully suggest that that objective and I think some of the fundamental thinking about the street and block pattern break down on block 6 and 7. That's the other part of the project. I would suggest you put away and start again. I think, first of all, from a planning perspective, these should be 2 distinct buildings with distinct architectural expression. I think the monoculture that you're presenting to Eglinton as the primary presence for this project is not appropriate. It's not, the architecture is not up to it, candidly, and it's way too big and massive. And your decision to kind of fill the podium of Eglinton almost entirely, and then it's a complicated explanation of what's supposed to be going down there. It doesn't make sense, doesn't make work for me. So I would respectfully suggest a fundamental rethink of block 6 and 7, like on a fundamental architectural level on how it's organized and so forth. Appreciating there's a grocery store, it's an important spot. My final observation is really, it's just a kind of comment maybe to city staff, and I may not have understood it correctly at the beginning, but if this is a rezoning and SPA, I may not have got the SPA right. And there's, a whole bunch of architects in the room, a lot of buildings on the table. There's a lot to review. This project alone could have taken us the afternoon. Just appreciate everybody's got a lot to do and we're trying to squeeze stuff in, but there's a lot of work here. There's a lot to digest in a short period of time. Just an observation. Anyway, I really appreciate everyone's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Moving on to Eladia, then Anna, Heather, and Jim Melvin. Back to you, Eladia.
Okay, I'm hoping that my audio is going to be fine because I still have ambient noise going on. Is everyone hearing me okay?
It's okay so far.
Okay. All right, well, let's hope it continues in that vein. So there's, as my colleagues have said, I really want to emphasize Dima's comments, Jim's, Paul's. Really, I've agreed with everything that we've heard today. And in particular, I think I'll just sort of try to consolidate some of the comments on the architecture into a few targeted comments. There's definitely a range of very different expressions here. So there's sort of a very relentless facade currently shown for building A4, whereas some of the other buildings like B1 and B5 have a maybe a little bit more of an expression to them, or a character. And then you have sort of buildings like A1, which seems to harken back to a previous era of really heavy masonry. So I think just being careful that where these architectures meet, there's sort of some sort of a cohesive element. And I think my colleagues have suggested that perhaps those are the landscape elements, and that those landscape elements aren't able to do that right now because they're highly vehicular. That could be partially because we have these almost like traffic calming or perhaps drop-off circles, and that may be necessary, but do they have to be so large? Because they really are carving out, what could be green spaces. There's a real emphasis on fragmented planter areas as opposed to plant communities that are contiguous. Plants do not do well in little islands. They do better when they're with their friends and family, and so do we. And so I really think that continuity of the landscaping is key. I agree with an awful lot of the text that I'm seeing, but perhaps the landscape design needs to be empowered to follow through on what you're saying in the text. For example, on slide 46, we have something that's called an outdoor classroom, but it's not kitted out as a classroom at all. And in fact, it's in this really shaded area in a narrow spot in between two buildings, and then you have this traffic calming or drop-off circle that's, taking a huge bite out of what it could be potentially a little public square, perhaps, or feel like a little public square, as the corners of building A1 have deliberately stepped back to give a little space, but it's immediately eaten up by vehicles. So I certainly agree with the text that I'm reading, the naturalized expression described on slide 43. But I don't think I'm seeing that yet. And if you have such a range of very severely different architectural expressions, then I think what probably needs to happen is that you have a continuity somewhere else. So that's sort of some of my comments. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Eladia. We'll move on to Anna.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you for the presentation. Agree with, I think Joe mentioned the amount of work that's gone into this project is commendable. I'll focus my comments on a couple of areas. So first, just the at-grade uses and their relationship with the public realm. I think sometimes we struggle with uses that perhaps deserve some privacy at grade, and it really starts to impact the landscape and how it interacts with the base of the building. So I think, in some instances where there are residential units that are directly at grade, and a primary school at grade as well, I think that provides some challenges for us in terms of how we can provide both some privacy between the spaces that need to be private and yet still have it interact with the public realm. So I don't really have a solution for that, but I'm just pointing it out as an issue that I know creates some tension in a plan like this. And in that vein, I think some consideration of the private and perhaps in some instances public spaces that are above grade could be better articulated in this plan. I can see that there is quite a bit of private space that's probably associated with the residential buildings above grade, but perhaps that could start to unfold for the school as well. If the outdoor classroom or part of it was up on the roof of a building, it gives an opportunity for different types of space to be used by a use like a public school. And just touching on the diversity of architects on the project, I think it's in principle a really great idea to have a variety of designers on a project. I think it it could be pushed a little bit further. I won't dwell on this too much because I think many people have said it. I think the spaces that have been created between the buildings are very similar. So while the buildings and the articulation seems to have quite a bit of diversity, the spaces that are created between them are all very similar in nature. And then lastly, just about over how this development could unfold over time. I think some of the public spaces could become perhaps a little bit more organic and supportive of how this community will appear over time. You know, it's not going to land in this space perfectly, you know, all in one piece. It's going to happen in pieces, and some pieces might happen in 5 and some might happen in 45. So, you know, I think some appreciation of how the development unfolds and those spaces can be influenced over time could be interesting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Heather.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I have comments in 2 buckets. The first one is site, and the second one is architecture. I think Paul is back on the line, but my comments are very in line with what Paul started to say. I first of all very much appreciate that the loading, you've taken the care, Andre, as you said, to pair the loading of different buildings across the site. So I think that's very good. And then also the front yards, these kind of 3-meter front yards on the townhouses at grade. They're organized on the site in places where vehicles are not invited into the site. So I think, you know, based on the challenges here, that's also something that is quite commendable. I would say that it seems to me that cars are being brought very deep into the blocks, sometimes in favor of maybe you know, because there were plazas you know, closer to the sidewalk, and maybe you were trying to avoid the collision of those 2 things. But I really do think getting cars in and underground as soon as possible, rather than pulling them quite deep into the blocks, might be worthy of a second look. This happens at blocks B4, B5, C1, A2, and A4 specifically. I'll echo some of the other comments. I also noticed that the turning circles and the kind of drop-offs, it seems quite stamped around. There's a lot of sameness there. I think as Paul was starting to say, these should be seen rather as opportunities, and opportunities for differentiating the blocks. Maybe there's more public art than you've even proposed here. I also note that where pedestrians are you know, asked to kind of cross these blocks east-west, it happens right where these turning circles are located, and so right adjacent to where there are front yards of townhouses. So although cars aren't moving past the townhouses, they are very close to where cars are parked. I just think actually parking on these traffic circles is a bad idea for a few reasons. So I would encourage you to relook at that. And then okay, with respect to the architecture, on page 22, the school building and office building, I really think it needs more animation at grade, especially on Eglinton, and wonder if there could be a suggestion to set back the ground floor and create a colonnade, something to really, yeah, I was referencing the overall view, which in our package is on page 22. Sorry, it's the rendered overall. Anyway, the building just seems quite opaque on Eglinton when you zoom in there. So maybe a colonnade could be used to ease that. You've heard some comments about blocks B6 and B7. I think the sculptural quality of the facade has potential, but I think the kind of the white elements and then the beige kind of, it looks like a brick field backdrop behind, really bring these kind of sharp elements to the fore. And if everything was kind of the same color, the elements wouldn't look so additive, and the building would have just a kind of more carved or sculptural quality. The brick residential building, A1, I wish that it was actually more carved and more jewel-like. And the tower on B3, it seems that a kind of exoskeleton expression only appears on the south side of the building, and it's not on the north side. So it makes me wonder, is that an architectural, is that a structural thing? Should the architecture really be sort of conceived in the round? And then my final comment is really, what's the heart of this new development? I think the potential is for it to be the open spaces and the kind of connective tissue in the form of these through block connections. And I do think that the park really needs to be pushed. I agree with Jim's comments about it being a bit more wild and just generally more green space, so that it can really be elevated to the heart of the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. On to Jim Melvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting site and development. How am I going to start this? I'll start off with the Golden Mile Boulevard. It's going to be really hard to comment a bit about this without thinking about the previous presentation that we just saw, because there are similarities in terms of the development in the street, et cetera, et cetera. So I look at Golden Mile Boulevard on this project, and it is dominated at the ground plane by townhouses. And when I look at our other project that we saw, it was dominated by retail. I think the city might want to make a decision on what is the character of Golden Mile Boulevard going to be, or supposed to be, or would you like it to be? The townhouses, I think, as others have stated, presents some problems with the space between public realm and private realm, or semi-private areas. So I'll leave that there. The next we come to is a lane. This to me, the mid-block connections north-south, and I think Paul was kind of getting at that. You're trying to make a lane into something it's not, or are you trying to make not a lane into a public space? I think if it's going to be a public space, then the buildings need to be cut back. You need to bring the smaller park probably right against B3 and get rid of the south part of the lane. It would also be nice if, as Heather just mentioned, the roundabouts weren't at the east-west connection points. So I think we're taking public realm material from the public streets, and we're trying to infuse it into a private lane. And I'm not sure it works. It's working, or it's to the benefit of the people who are going to live here. The east-west lanes are a little more inclusive. They have retail spaces abutting them, especially on block A1, A2, A3, A4. But I saw in some of the sketches, the precedent studies, that there was a bioswale. And I know these are all on a roof slab. So is there a story to be told that this landscape isn't showing us about how they are treating the surface water on the site? And if there is, I don't see it in the park designs. I don't see it in other aspects of other than that one image that showed a bioswale. So I think there's a lot to be able to do with the landscape. in terms of stretching beyond just being green space. And of course, we've all heard about the additional green space that's required on the parklands. Think that way. Parking should be. So I think I would really like to see the lanes reconsidered to what their function is going to be. If it is going to be a servicing lane, make them a servicing lane. Don't try and make them something they're not. And put all of your public realm assets and everything in the public realm. I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Paul, if you're on, if you want to finish off what you were saying, I think you got cut off earlier.
No, I think others have filled it in, Gord. In the interests of time,
Okay.
I can pass.
Okay, they read your mind. Okay, thank you, panel members, for all of the comments. We'll be holding a vote on this, and I think, as was mentioned a few minutes ago, it's really interesting to see two projects not too far away from each other, both very big, both potential game changers, both with enough critical mass to really create a compelling story. And if anything, because of their critical mass, they need a compelling story. They need that there to really be successful. And it feels as if in this particular project, I'm listening to the comments from panel members, and the story, if it's there, it hasn't been told yet. If it's there, it's not in the drawings yet. This is a very high-powered, very talented design team, so there's no lack of ability in taking this to the next level. But I think the comments that have come through from panel members are as much about the spaces in between as it is about the built form itself. And success really starts at the ground level and works its way up. And many of the comments have been about the ground level and about what is currently shown and what is currently missing. And so really looking at this design, the drawings may show that it is perhaps more developed than it really is, and that more work is needed. So the comments about landscape, about muse and lanes, I think it all comes back to telling a story, and in some cases responding to existing context, but really you're creating future context. And it means that every single part of this should have a difference to it, whether it's quiet or whether it's noisy, whether it has residential or not. An instance might be the influence of the context of the college, which could be an excellent opportunity to activate and create a story or a character in the northwest corner of the site, as an example. And so all of these things need to add up. The spaces in between, the built form, taking it from being mannered and very formal into having variety and life and animation. We're talking about place of choice to work and live, and that turns into money. And so it's not something that is academic, it's something that's really important. And also in doing this, thinking about this being done in phases, and as each phase is done, we have heard big projects not talk about what happens when phasing occurs and what happens to the very first phase or the second phase in terms of the quality of life. And the term that's been coined is, in the meantime, what happens? And I think that needs to be brought in and mapped out as well, so that we can understand how you get from the beginning to the end. Going back finally to context, as you create context, and much of it you're going to have to create because Golden Mile is essentially being reborn in a totally different way, would encourage, and I think this is much to the city, to in the drawings include the development at the southeast corner, so that it will play as big a part in terms of influencing and forming context for the park as everything that this particular team has jurisdiction over, the design team itself. We truly believe that there's something that can be really great that will come out of both of these projects, the one we saw earlier this afternoon and the one we're looking at now. There is more work done. This one needs to have life in it. It needs to have variety, life, animation, a story. It's a place that you don't want to miss. And right now, it's not there. So we're going to hold the vote. Leanne, could you pull the vote information up on the screen? Okay. Panel members, the option to vote for support or non-support, as we typically do, if there is support that has key conditions attached to it, that can be considered, so that when somebody goes to vote for support, there are certain key areas or key conditions that need to be that are part of that support. And I'll ask panel members if there is such a thing. Okay, I'm then going to call the support. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find my list of people, and as I call your name, tell me whether you're voting support or non-support. And we'll start with Dima.
Non-support.
Sibella.
Non-support.
Heather.
Non-support.
Thank you, Heather. Jim Melvin.
Non-support.
Sorry, Jim, you cut out there.
Non-support.
Okay, thank you. Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Joe.
Non-support.
Paul.
Non-support.
Anna.
Non-support.
And Aladia.
Non-support.
Okay. So voted. Thank you for sharing this project with us. Do not be disheartened. You certainly have the talent. We're looking forward to this coming back. We see the possibilities, but there's lots of work to do. Thank you again. We're going to take a brief break. We're going to start at 4:15 and to the third project. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tahura.
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Good, you?
Good, thanks.
Good. You ready to do the presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So I'm handing it over to you at slide 3, okay?
Absolutely. Sure.
Awesome. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Thank you.
Good stuff.
Just to let you know that this part of the session may be recorded. So
Thank
just
you.
to let you know that YouTube may be continuing on, the YouTube recording may be continuing on. You may be live. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Thanks a lot.
We'll watch what we say. Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. If you're here, could you please turn on your cameras so that we know that you're here, and then we can get started. Well, it's 4:15, so we'll get started. I'd just like to slowly get everybody into the room so that we can get started on time at 4:15.
Meg, I'm not going to turn on my camera, but I am here. It's a lady.
Oh, great. Thank you. Gordon, Heather, Joe, you here? Shui? Give everybody one more minute. All right. Let's get started. This is the third item on our agenda today. Today is Thursday, April 13th. Agenda item 3, 31 Tapscott Road. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for participating. This is an official plan amendment and rezone. My name is Meg Graham, and I'm going to be chairing number 3. This is an official plan amendment and rezoning application, as well as the first review of 31 Tapscott Road. We have an hour and 10 minutes scheduled for the review. It is a formal review session with a vote taken at the end. Staff have 6 minutes for their presentation, and this will be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the proponent. Discussion will follow these presentations. A reminder that the session is being live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. Next up is a roll call. I'm going to confirm which members are participating in the review and please remember to state whether that you have no conflict of interest in the project. If I missed your name, let me know at the end, please. Gordon Stratford. Not here.
I am here, no conflict.
Okay, good. Dima Cook.
Here, no conflict.
Ralph Giannoni. No. Jim Goff.
Here, no conflict.
Sabella.
Here, no conflict.
Paul Kulig.
Present, no conflict.
Joe Lobko.
Present, no conflict.
Jim Melvin.
Present, no conflict.
Heather Rolston.
Here, no conflict.
Gladys Smoke.
Here, no conflict.
Thank you. And then Anna Madeira. Not seeing. Okay. Now, did I miss anybody? No. Good. Okay. 1, 2. We have 9 panel members. Okay. Before we get started, some reminders. For panel members, please don't forget the staff questions and to provide commentary on issues of both concern and appreciation. When presenters, when you have 1 minute left, I will verbally let you know, give you a signal to wrap up your presentation. And with that, let's please begin with the staff presentation. Don't forget to introduce yourselves, please. Staff, are you? Yeah, there you go.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Barron, and I'm a community planner in the Scarborough District. And with me is my colleague Massa, who can introduce herself.
Samuel, can you make your screen full size, please? Full screen.
Oh, sorry, it's me sharing.
Oh.
Is it not full screen?
No. Go into view. I think it's in view or window and do full screen. Control L. There you go.
Okay, great.
So yeah, my name is Masa Taibi. I'm the urban designer on the fly.
Okay. Thank you, Masa. Masa, if you don't mind going to the next slide, please. So just if we touch on context and planning policy. So here's a bird's eye view of the subject site. So the site's an existing mall located in the northwest area of Scarborough. It's located in Malvern neighborhood, and major roads in the area include Markham Road, Shepherd Avenue East, Morningside Avenue, and Finch Avenue East. Next slide, please. Zooming in more closely, the site's bounded by McLevin Avenue, Tapscott Road, and Nielsen Road. It's approximately 11 hectares in size, currently developed with a mall known as the Malvern Town Center. Existing gross floor area today is about 27,000 square meters of commercial uses. And to the north of the site is the city-owned McLevin Woods Park. Next slide, please. Moving to the proposal. So in July 2022, an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment were submitted to redevelop the lands to create a mixed-use community, largely predicated on residential intensification. That would be achieved through a site and area-specific policy, which would be established to guide the planning framework. And so what we're talking about today is approximately 15 towers ranging in height from 24 to 39 stories. And this master plan would be built out through 10 phases approximately. And in total, about 5,700 units are proposed. Next slide, please. And the 10-phase build-out of the master plan would be implemented through a series of zoning bylaw amendments. And at this stage, phase 1 has been submitted to redevelop the southeastern corner of the site with a 32 and 39-story tower with approximately 877 residential units and 11,000 square feet of retail and a courtyard. And for this phase, the mall would remain untouched. Next slide, please. Moving to planning policies. So in terms of the official plan and urban structure, the site is not located on an avenue or a center as per map 2, and there's no secondary plan. Next slide, please. So in terms of land use designation, the site is designated mixed use, and this permits both residential and commercial. And then within the vicinity of the site, we have apartment neighborhoods, mixed use areas, neighborhoods, and natural areas. Next slide, please. The existing zoning on site today is commercial residential. So to achieve the level of residential intensification that's proposed, we would need to amend the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. In terms of transit, the mall is currently serviced by 4 bus routes. The site is also located along the anticipated alignment, so the future Eglinton East LRT extension. And that's currently advancing to a 10% design process as per council direction. So it's an important part of the future context. Next slide, please. Lastly, in terms of guidelines for evaluation, we're looking at the mall redevelopment guidelines, tall building design guidelines, townhouse and low-rise guidelines, retail design manual, streetscape manual, and mid-rise guidelines. Next slide, please. Over to you, Masa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will go through some images of the existing context, starting from north. Here you can see McLevin Woods Park. It's a city-owned tree lot that is protected by RFNP bylaw. Right to the north of McLevin Woods Park, at the intersection of Nielsen Road and McLevin Avenue, there is a commercial plaza comprising of 3 single-story buildings. To the northeast of the intersection, there are 4 residential buildings ranging between 9 to 20 stories in height. These are the tallest buildings in the surrounding context. Moving further south to the east of Nielsen Road, there are several low-rise buildings with different uses. Looking to the southeast corner of the intersection of Tapscott and Nielsen, there are 2 13-story residential buildings, and further east there is a 21-story building. Same condition happens on the west side of this intersection with 2 mid-rises, and beyond these there are only low-rise residentials.
Masa, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, so I'll go very quickly. In terms of planned context, there is a
under construction project for 10 stacked townhouse right to the west of this application, and to the northeast, there is a proposal for a self-storage with 6 stories. I'll go very quickly through the views on the site. Major portion of the site is parkings, and there is 1-story building for the mall. This is the original concept. I will leave it to the applicant to go through the details. And here's the city's suggested concept to have 5 character areas. So the idea is to have highest density in character area 1, which is the transit node. And then for character area 2 and 4, we suggested that we create a mid-rise character along east and south to achieve built form variation and as a transition in scale, and then generally keep the towers more inward to the site. The heart of this idea would be Malvern Main Street in character area 3 with active uses on north and south of the street, and lastly the townhouses on character area 5. Staff are seeking the panel's advice on the following issues. First, master plan vision, ground floor uses, built form, and phasing strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team. We'll move on to the proponent presentation. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. Once you get it up there, and don't forget, please, to introduce yourselves.
Just realized I was on mute. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Franchik, principal of W&D Associates. We're the planners retained for this project. I'll be doing the first part of the presentation. I'll be very brief because I think the city presentation covered a lot of those bases quite well. And then Tahura from IBI Arcadis will provide some of the balance of the presentation. Are we able to get our presentation on the screen? Tahura, are you there? There you are.
And I think I've shared it already. Give me one second.
I don't see anything.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Do you see now?
Yes, and do
Yep,
full
here it is.
screen. Control L, please.
And just again, the team is comprised of our firm, W&D Associates, Arcadis IBI, Studio TLA, NextTrans, Counterpoint for engineering, and then RWDI for wind. Next slide. In terms of the timeline for the project, this started back in 2021. Can we move to the next slide?
Yeah, but I don't know what happened. I just had a difficulty today with my computer. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Maybe I just share this.
Maybe I'll just I'll speak to the content of it. We started the process in 2021, had a series of pre-consultation meetings with the city leading up to a formal submission in the middle of 2022. We received comments back from staff and had several meetings with staff, culminating in some of the comments that we got back, which actually you saw in the city's presentation very briefly about their sort of multi concept for the character areas. And that's something we continue to have discussions about. One of the key organizing principles of the site was the park. And as part of the city commentary, there's also a desire to enlarge the park by actually deleting part of a road that we were showing. So that's a direction that we're looking at right now. And I think it's something that'll be a focus of discussion today. And sort of some of the other structural elements were, of course, the creation of new public streets throughout the site. And oh, thank you very much, Deborah. There we go. Can we go just back up to that slide for a second?
Sure.
Just to finish up on the timeline. So we had received the comments and met with the city, but very importantly, we also held a 3-week-long public information center in person at the Malvern Town Center in one of the vacant retail booths inside the mall. And so we were able to engage with the public on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. In fact, we had planners staffing that throughout the day. We got a lot of really good feedback. I think we had many hundreds of people come by during that period of time. So there's been quite a bit of outreach that's occurred. We've also had meetings with the city councillor. Next. So again, the site is mixed use, and we're seeking to do an official plan amendment, really not necessarily required given the policy framework, but really to secure the sort of master plan concept that we're looking to toward. Next. Tahura, I'll hand it over to you here at this point to talk about the specifics.
Hi everyone, this is Tahura Ali Mohammadi, Senior Designer at Arcadis IBI Group. We are responsible for the architecture, and I'm going to take you through some of the key architectural elements for this master plan. And this proposal in front of you today is a result of a series of positive and constructive meetings with city staff. And this master plan has been developed over time with city staff through a very good and a positive process. I'm going to start with the existing site features and existing Malvern Mall, surface parking, and a medical center on Tapscott. This is a perfect candidate this site is a perfect candidate for the intensification. Even the future LRT will be adding more value to the site. The way we address density is recognizing the main street, frontages Nelson and Tapscott, which they can take additional density, while McLevin is a transition between a stable residential density to the north, which we have provided townhouses, and tower height ranges between 39 on Nelson Road and 24 on McLevin, recognizing the change and the scale of the blocks as we proceed to the west. Our podium ranges 4 to 6 story height, consistent street edge, and towers are properly set back according to tall buildings guideline. We are responding to Nelson and Tapscott podium build form, and we are applying the 45-degree angular plane into different ways. So on Nelson, from the property line, 80% of the right of way, and 45-degree angular plane on Tapscott. We consider the 45-degree angular plane from the residential neighborhood district to the south. The extension of the park has been allocated in the central location as the extension to the existing McLevin Wood Park, and creating a sort of central park that becomes an organizer for the whole development. As part of our strategy is to minimize the shadow on the park, and that's why the tower's location on Nelson are appropriate, and also it's a very busy street and will be more busier but adding a future LRT. This image shows the transition from the south to the north, providing 4 to 6 story podium, human scale with the setbacks, and provided the front yard and courtyard to create a proper transition and shadow cast through the whole development. We heard clearly from the community and the councillor that the existing mall is a focal point of the community, and it's including some critical institutional that are supporting the local community. And from day one, we are committed to phase out the development, which allow for the gradual replacement of the existing retail and institution over time. Phase one, current phase one proposal, and it's not affecting the current mall, and are just taking away some of the surface parking, and the whole operation of the mall is going to be maintained. In phase two, as we are expanding to the north, we are adding to the park, and we maintain partial of the mall, especially the grocery store and the medical center located in the south. Also, we are replacing some of the retails into phase 1 and 2 ground floors. In phase 3, grocery store and the Taibu Center will be maintained, and in phase 1, 2, 3, the retail will be allocated into the ground floor. At each phases, an addition of a park is going to be added to the equation. In phase 4, the relocation of Taibu Center will happen in phase 3 before the center will be demolished. This master plan shows the build form which will happen over time. Through the phasing plan that I just explained, All the blocks are self-sufficient in terms of loading and parking. In this master plan, we have designed a mixed-use development and established a place where people can live, work, get together, and make their own community. This objective is achieved in this design proposal by creating a central park, outdoor and indoor multi-level broad public spaces, pedestrian circulation throughout the site, multi-use right-of-ways, which I will get into more detail in the next slides. As mentioned before, the proper setbacks to the podium and towers has been applied based on tall building guideline, and all the tower separation are more than 25 meters. As per comments received from city staff, we introduced the hierarchy of streets. The main of it is the 23-meter right-of-way, which runs east-west and north-south. Second layer is the 18.5 right-of-way, which is intersecting through the blocks and run north and south. The third layer, which is internal to the blocks, and they are European-style Woonerf and are accessible to both local traffic and pedestrian. We are committed to replace the whole existing retail and institution into the development, and that's why we are allocating most of the ground floors to the retail. We are also adding a community center in phase 2, replacement of the medical center in phase 3, and a daycare facility in phase 7. This image demonstrates the typical right-of-way with retail at grade to bring animation into the community, the right-of-way and the retails at grade, and also human-scale podium are designed to provide an ideal environment for pedestrians. The boulevard, which are the right-of-ways, accommodate the pedestrian walkways, bike infrastructure, vegetations, and vehicle roads. There are 23-meter right-of-way running east-west and north-south, 18.5 and 22-meter right-of-ways running north-south. We have provided a pedestrian private road which acts as a European Woonerf to create an opportunity for pedestrian access and also local traffic. We are considering an alternative materials which will be used to distinguish the Woonerf from the right-of-way. Particular attention was given to the pedestrian realm, and by adding the raised planter, seat arrangement, and opportunity for retail spillage, we create a favorable environment for pedestrian use and walkways. We do see a landscape plan, and we are demonstrating the green opportunities at grade. Some of them are more public and some of them are private, and they bring visual attractions to the whole site. Here we do see a four-season park, which is more than 20% of the built form and has been provided at the center of the site. And we would like our consultants to have a cooperation with city staff to design an extraordinary park. Given the size and the location, it is a unique opportunity to create something special.
You have 1 minute left, Masa.
The plaza is located at the gateway of a very busy intersection, and it will be the LRT platform, so it will be a great opportunity to introduce more population into the community. And this is a European style plaza that will act as a public square with lots of retail, cafe, patios at grade. Some of the green spaces at grade will be public and some of them will be private. These are private, however, they will be at the same level as the pedestrian walkways, and they will create visual attraction while people walk. Outdoor amenities, we are committed to comply with TGS4, and the podium roofs provide the opportunity for overlooking into the garden, and even from the tower looking down, it will be a very animated roof top. As mentioned, in order to comply with TGS4, we are providing various sustainability features such as balconies, green roof, permeable paving system, and green infrastructure at grade. In order to reduce energy use, we are using different methodology like providing the central park, low E-code windows, on-site bike infrastructure, and green roof strategies. As per comments received after our OPA submission, we made some modifications, and we actually would like to ask for your opinion in this session. And on that, like we provided the continuous park, and we would like to know your opinion, either to have the continuous park or have the 23-meter right-of-way going all the way from east to west. And also, as per the discussion with the city, we replaced the towers along Tapscott with mid-rise, and we would like to hear your opinion on these modifications as well. And thank you.
Thanks very much. We're going to move into questions of clarification. If you could raise your virtual hand, and I will call on you in order. I see Heather Rolston.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have two questions. The first one is about landscape. I'm just wondering about the existing McLevin Woods and wondering specifically how the interface between the woods and the new park will be negotiated. Are the woods meant to be walked in? Is there any topography to the woods? Right now, it looks like, at least on Google, that you can't really access them. And then the second question is just about the architecture in general. Wondering if we could hear a couple of sentences about the architectural expression chosen and why it is what it is.
Okay, so I can answer to the second question, and I think Matthew is here from the landscape team, and he can help you with the first question. So it's at a very early stages of the design, and the reason that the design is like that, first I have mentioned that allocating the towers along Milson and Tapscott is because they're a busy street, and also we are trying to minimizing the shadow from the park, and all the blocks are self-sufficient, and they are doing their own loading and also parking, and also as I mentioned, it's in a very early stages, and we will work and look into the design more while we're developing the whole master plan.
Heather, is that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm picking up that really it's quite early and it's just a little bit beyond massing. So maybe architectural expression isn't at the top of the list of things to make comments on. If I could get a nod that that's generally true, and then maybe landscape could answer the first question. Yes, that's generally true. Okay, thank you.
That's true.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heather, for the question. In terms of the existing park, of course, we're going to be working closely with the Toronto Parks and Forestry to ensure that their criteria and their vision for the existing park is going to be met. A couple of things that I'd be looking for is to maintain the natural systems within that woodlot as much as possible, and then reinforce along the edges with new planting to make it more sustainable, especially where it's going to be up against a more urban edge or roadways. So I think the general anticipation is that it's going to be more natural, stay more natural, and the new park is going to be more formalized in terms of more active activities. But like I say, we're going to be working closely with the city parks and forestry people to determine that as the project moves forward.
Okay, thank you.
Eladia.
Thank you. I'm just curious about you answered my question about the necessity to split up your dedicated park area. So that was my key question. I'm also just wondering how much work has been done. I know not a whole lot of architectural, the architecture is not as far along to comment on, but the massing does seem to have, it's starting to take shape. And I noticed you have sort of a continuous expression of semi-enclosed courtyards. But when I see your shadow studies, they're often in the dark and shadowed by the surrounding buildings. So do you have any initial thoughts on that? Your solves, or if that's going to be looked at in future, or if what your thinking was on those courtyards enclosed on 3 and sometimes 4 sides.
Well, as you have mentioned, the architectural design is at a very early stages. And what we are looking for is to have different opportunities and look into it more in the future. And we'll definitely have different strategies to not have a lot of shadow in there, and provide outdoor amenity for the resident of the buildings in those courtyards. And as I mentioned, it's mostly drop-off areas and internal courtyards. And we will definitely look into it more while we further developing the site.
I just had one other question. Sorry, I should have said them both at the same time. So your angular study there still shows a lot of height along Nielsen. So just wondering what the conversation was on that. I might have missed it in our initial sort of orientation session on this project, but I do see you've sort of lowered some of the buildings potentially along Tapscott. So
yes.
Maybe if you could just let me know what the conversation has been about leaving those towers really high along Nielsen.
Absolutely. So the reason that we left those tower height along Nelson was that Nelson is a very busy street, and LRT will be added to that area, and there will be a lot of density there. So the reason we wanted to actually minimize the shadow from the park, that's why we kept them along Nelson, which is a very busy street, and we try to keep the height there to have the density. And also we substitute the towers with the mid-rise through Tapscott because we wanted to comply with the city staff comments. So the main reason was that Nelson is one of the main streets, and by adding the LRT, it will be even more dense. So we are sure that that area is a really good area for the density.
And Tahura, maybe I can add to this from a planning perspective. I think it's very, very important to actually address this point, because it is I'll say a major point of discussion still with the city. The city is looking for mid-rise buildings along Nielsen Road to the north of the sort of phase 1, with which I think there is no sort of issue. The difference between the east side of the site and the west side, though, is that the east side, number one, has the transit, as Tahura said. It is a busy street, but also it abuts and across the street from other intensification areas like apartment neighborhoods, mixed use. Whereas on the west side, it's actually neighborhoods to the north and south, although it is townhouses on the south side. But there's more sensitivity essentially on the west side than there is on the east side. And so we felt that given those factors, it's more appropriate to sort of have more tower forms along Nielsen Road in phases 1 through 3, and then have a more internalized tall building condition along the central drive, the street, in the subsequent phases to the west of the park.
Thank you. Now, a few more people have put up their hands, but I'm gonna ask like you to be sure that these are questions and not long discussion points because we're gone past the allotment we have for questions. So if you could please keep your questions succinct, that'd be appreciated. Gordon, and then Jim and Dima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A very quick question about the retail. Was a retail study done that resulted in the amount of retail that you're showing in the plan?
As I have mentioned, that these are this master plan is at the very early stages of the design. We have studied the retail. That's why we have allocated most of the podium into the ground level of each building, and we are going to calculate the retail, and we are committed to have all the retail and institutional throughout the site. And I believe that the retail for the grocery store and other shops that it's in the mall can be allocated through the ground level. And for the institution and other usages, we are looking into second level, like second floor, also to add those areas too.
I'll just be more direct and say, I don't think there was. Just very simple.
Thank you.
I had a feeling there was going to be a follow-up question there, but the answer is I don't think there was. And the reason is we're basically, the mandate here is to take what is an internal mall and turn it into urban retail. So it's like a one-for-one type of replacement.
I see. Thank you.
Jim.
Gord asked my question. Thanks.
Dima.
What's the expected mix of type of apartments and sort of population for the area? Like, has that been thought of, like in terms of, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom? Like, what's the ambition?
Yeah, we have a mix. We have we're over 5,000 units that are currently proposed in the scheme. And I think, although it's very early days and this is a long build out over 7 to 8, 9 phases, whatever it is, it's probably going to be in accordance with the site-specific rezonings of the day when those occur. Right now, we're only in for zoning on the corner, and we would be compliant with the current requirements for 10% 3 bedrooms and those types of things.
Just a very fast follow-up: affordable housing.
Pardon me?
Any affordable housing ambitions?
No, there's no sort of allocation for specific affordable housing at this point in the project. Those are still discussions that are likely going to happen at some point.
Okay, last question for the city or Andrew. The LRT along Nielsen, is that a given or is that a hope that that's coming?
We've actually had meetings with Metrolinx on this, and when we met with them about 8 months ago, they were at 5% design. So that's as much as I can say about it. And they feel extremely excited that we're doing this. This will actually be a terminus station for this line, and they showed every indication that it was moving forward.
Okay, Paul, is it a really quick question?
I can just add, I'm currently part of the team working on the 10% design that should be completed by the end of the year.
10%.
Okay, so it's moving ahead then. Okay, Thank you so much. So very quickly in summary, and I'm not going to belabor this so we can move on to the proper conversation. An 11-hectare site, Malvern Town Center Mall, 15 towers over 10 phases, towers between 24 and 39 stories, over 5,700 units, commercial retail at grade, and a public park. This, as a reminder, is an OPA and phase 1 zoning amendment for the East Block on Nielsen. Reminder of the questions that the city has asked us to focus on. One is the master plan vision. So character areas, Malvern, Main Street, Transit Plaza, and other public realm considerations. 2, ground floor uses, the locations of retail and community uses at grade. Built form, so the mix of tall, mid-rise, and low buildings, and the phasing strategy. Integration with and improvements to the existing mall in the interim. So if you could please keep those in mind when making your comments. We have 9 panel members here in 33 minutes. So if you please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, each of you. We'll go in this order: Gordon, Dima, Jim, Goff, Sabella, Paul, Joe, Jim, Melvin, Heather, Eladia. So starting with Gordon and Dima, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the proponent team for this presentation. I'll be honest with you. I'm looking at page 27 right now of the submission document, and I believe that the placement and the relative height of the towers of the built form is better than the scheme that you started showing us at the beginning. I had concerns when looking at the original one. I think the transition problems become apparent very, very quickly. And I think that while the design, which I'm assuming is less density, is an improvement on page 27, I can still see that places like Nielsen Road need some care. And I don't believe that there's a throwaway street, that you can place taller buildings on a street just because it's going to be a transit street. I think you have to give equal care. There is no back to this site, and Nielsen Road is not a back to the site. I think that the road system that's being shown on page 27 is a definite improvement. I would say keep the park contiguous so that you can really get the most out of it. And in this particular situation, what's shown on page 27 is much better. If anything, I'd say some of the roads that are bordering the edge on the east side, if there could be a reworking coming off of Nielsen as to how those blocks are accessed by cars, it would be great if the routes that are bordering along the park were either not there or reduced to WNRFs. Maybe emergency vehicles can use them from time to time, but get that close connection between the built form and the places where people live with the park itself. That will become a major selling feature of this development. Staying with parks, I believe that there needs to be a network of green space, and right now it's really just the park, and then everything else is pretty much built form and streets. So that a network, a weave of parkettes, of mews, of little pocket parks extending to the west is really important, because you can't just rely on the park, the big park on its own. And I think that there's, as you said, this is a very early stage and there is much more to be done. The last comment I would make is build a story for this. It's not enough to just simply count up the numbers and place it in built form. There has to be a story. There has to be something here that builds a place, because you're creating a new one. You're making a substantial change, and you can't just simply build the buildings. You've got to have some place that people will feel that they belong to. And very last comment, if you're going to put retail on the streets, at the moment, I realize it's early, but I guess I'd just say be careful where you place it and have a plan B if retail does not survive the way you currently have it shown. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima.
Thank you for the presentation. I feel Gordon's done an amazing summary of some of the concerns. I would add, looking at the shadowing very carefully, the wooded area seems to now be very often in shadow, and I don't know what the long-term impacts that may create, as well as was mentioned in the questioning. The courtyard spaces seem a bit harsh and enclosed, and to look at the scale of those, maybe looking at not having consistent podiums all the way around to create some kind of variety and opportunities to let sun in. I don't know, with the north-south podiums are always needed. Being very careful about where pedestrians are going to walk throughout the space, and like if somebody is in, you know, a building at the far west tower, they're going to get to the park. Is there a passage, a way of getting around that is pleasant, green, and you know, safe to do so? I mean, this is a lot of density being placed on this site. I would take great care, or maybe ask the city to also work with you to understand what the impact of this increased population is on the area, and to look at what additional amenities, like replacing retail. Retail is one thing. Most people would have driven to come to this mall with the removal of parking. Maybe people are going to go somewhere else, honestly. So to echo Gordon's comment about like if retail doesn't survive, but you have all these people living in this area now, provide them some community benefits to the neighborhood at large as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim Goff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Sorry, just lost my comments there. Just a few comments. First of all, regarding the presentation, I'm afraid I found the font really small and hard to read. So, for future presentations, I would just encourage you to have some larger lettering so that old grumpy guys like me can actually read it a little more without having to zoom in on bits of the page. And I didn't find a lot of detail in the presentation relating to design on which to base comments. So I'm looking forward to the next iteration. With respect to the transportation network, I do support Gordon's comments regarding the road through the park and the design of the local streets. If you remove that street through the park, that is going to bring more pedestrians to Nielsen, which I think would really add to the life of the street and help to support the street facing retail, which would be good and bring more people to transit. I'm also a little confused about the fact that some images don't seem to mesh with the designs. Like there's an image of a bioswale on page 18, but I didn't hear any mention of the use of bioswales. So, maybe that could be clarified in future as well. And I remember in the questions being proposed for the panel that there was a question about the transit plaza. I didn't really hear any discussion about a transit plaza, and I don't see anything labeled as a transit plaza on the images, so I'm a bit confused. If it's that little plaza on the northwest corner of Tapscott at Nielsen, then it doesn't seem to have much of a function. It's sort of a generic little plaza in front of a retail podium at the base of a big building. So I think I would encourage you to think about that more as a place and what function it could really have to support people coming to the transit facility and also walking and cycling in this area to further support the very large number of people that you're proposing to house here. So especially if that's going to be the terminus of the LRT, I think that it deserves a little bit more attention, and it could be a great little mobility hub as well. And I think some really good design there would help to make that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabella.
Thank you for the presentation. I like the overall distribution of the blocks and the road system, and I think removing the road through the park is definitely a positive move. I am concerned about the extent of retail as well, and when I look at the ground floor built form drawing on page 14, it seems that you have retail flanking all the streets, and there's sidewalks, but there is no animation zone anywhere. So no opportunity for retail to spill out, for cafes to spill out. And I think that needs to be looked at. And also the distribution of pedestrian movement. There's a lot of all the residential people will be moving into these inner blocks through the Nerf drop off. There'll be traffic deliveries happening there and taking them away from the retail frontages. And so I'm not sure if they're helping each other in that regard. So I think the distribution of where lobbies are, that could perhaps that Nerf could serve as a back lobby and have another lobby on the retail street. But I just think that they're not helping each other with that distribution. Also, those inner Nerfs are only 12 meters wide, which would not allow space for trees to be planted. So I think some of these scales need to be re-examined. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
I think I'll echo what a few others have said around the need to maybe modulate the street network in response to the parks and open space network. Broadly, though, I'd say what's really, I think, missing in the plan is is a sort of hierarchy of ideas across all kind of topics, right? In the open space network, there's a park and that's it, and then there's not park. I think what we're missing is the sort of in between, where are the missing links and greenways and connections and other parts that can start to stitch these areas together and create a real network. On the massing, I think as well, it's sort of towers and not towers. And so what I appreciate the refined option, I think it was on page 27 that started to introduce the mid-rise along Tapscott. At the same time, I'd say I'm actually not averse to having the towers along Tapscott. It's not, we're not going to be shadowing other neighbors. It keeps the shadows away from the park, but introducing mid-rise and some more variety of housing types is welcome. And again, in an effort to kind of introduce a middle something. And then from the streets as well, I think others have said, removing some of those streets between the park and the adjacent buildings will help to do that. And then lastly, I would say the same with retail. Retail just seems to be kind of a uniform, whatever it is, 30-foot deep yellow strip that's been kind of applied very evenly on all four sides, on all directions, and it lacks a kind of hierarchy of a destination and a terminus and that. And I think the plan really needs that. If it's going to be a serious retail street, where's the kind of anchor? Where's the transit? Where are people coming and going? How do you get from A to B? How do those then weave in with those pedestrian and open space networks? And how do we truly create a retail space that is more than simply a replacement of the lost GFA in the existing mall? This is neither here nor there, but again, 23 meters for a retail right of way seems wide. Queen West is 18.5 meters. Why would we try to make it bigger than that? People thrive with the kind of proximity. We've already got wide streets at Tapscott, Nielsen, and elsewhere. Can we do one that is a kind of 60-foot right of way? I'll leave it at that, and thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I guess I'm having a hard time finding the proposal as it's evolved thus far believable. I think there's a significant gap between the visualizations and the reality of what is being proposed. The visualizations, these highly polished, finished renderings imply this highly resolved scheme, but I think, as I think others have said, I would suggest going back to first principles. I think there's a lot of basics really missing from the thinking overall. I'm going to speak to three or four of those basic things. One is an overall idea. It appears that what's resulted here is more or less a density exercise, taking a piece of property and appreciating that existing mall and looking at its location, and then just trying to figure out how many towers could you possibly jam onto this site. And I would just respectfully suggest, I think there's a larger idea that needs to come to the table here about how to reimagine this place, which was and is still a community center. And the park clearly needs to be at the center of that idea. But at the moment, it looks like the development that's being organized turns its back to the park, or doesn't really respond in a positive way to the park, or help define the park, or engage with the park, go back and forth. For example, on the west side of the park, on the north of that new public street A, Malvern, there's a big setback. And so there's kind of a further pullback in terms of defining and giving character to the park. So I think that others have spoken to this at a level of ideas. I think you need more ideas, including what is a retail strategy? What's the heart of the community? Where should it be? And how do those kinds of decisions in the nature of the public realm, combined with the existing context, start to help suggest how you put it all together? I would agree with others with respect to the evolving street and block pattern on page 27 being more promising, and the evolving built form plan there also being much more promising. I prefer the simplicity of it, though I think there are still issues with it. The north-south roadway in the middle of public street A, looks to be too narrow and public street A looks to be too wide. So it's back to this sort of understanding of the kind of grain and scale of urban places, I think is missing at the moment from the work, but could help to, I think the genesis of page 27 or the heart of that can potentially serve as the basis of a solution. I'm quite fearful about what Nielsen Road would look like, though, even in the page 27 depiction. I really like the city's idea early on about the rethink of the concept, and I do think that there are too many towers on Nielsen Road by far, not even close. And it would this result of 5 or 6 towers crowded along Nielsen, I think would really ruin this part of the street. So I think that needs to be reimagined. And the character of Tapscott, I think, has a better chance of turning into something in the revised approach on page 27 from the original approach. But just one point about Tapscott, is Tapscott here really a retail street, or is the retail focus internal to the development? What's across Tapscott? I'm missing that kind of analysis of existing conditions that would help us all lead to how certain decisions are getting made. I guess that's much of what I'm sensing, that the objective of what I would say is an unrealistic density ambition is seriously impairing the ability for the team to get to a really good solution in an odd and isolated place in some ways, right? It's an isolated place. It certainly deserves to be intensified, but this isn't quite there yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim Melvin.
Thank you, Meg. Thank you for your presentation. I will comment briefly because most of my comments have already been stated by my fellow board or members. The one thing I liked about the continuous forest and park spaces, and I think Matt said that he wants to make it a little more wild, and I think that could bring some environmental causes to the project if the park became a little bit of a stormwater and a naturalized area. It would also bring a little different look to the project. I totally agree with everyone's comments about retail. Whatever happened to, I'll ask the architect, whatever happened to the idea of having a front door on a main street? Why do we have them off Werner's? So if you could move the entrances to the towers or the residential buildings to the main streets, I think that would just be an improvement. And talking about a connection of open spaces, some of the areas that are in the Werner's, the courtyards, shall we say, if the buildings were reconfigured, the courtyards could be facing perhaps the middle road or an outer road rather than be inward looking. And I totally agree with Paul's comment about a 23-meter right of way. That is not needed on that middle road. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Heather.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I definitely think that the revisions that have been made so far are trending in the right direction. We understand from the city that the original FSI was 4.8, and with the revisions now stepping down to Tapscott, it's down to 4. I still think that, like other panel members, the proposal in front of us is too dense. I do think that the park appears to be well placed to my eye. The sun shadow studies really underscore this. So there's good amounts of sunlight. I do think that we have the right ingredients here to make a kind of flourishing new neighborhood in the form of a large park and a main street that tees into it. I do think these two things could make a combined heart for a neighborhood. I do think the main street needs attention. You've heard, more recently from Jim and others that I think the retail focus, the heart of the neighborhood really should be on that main street, and not out on Tapscott or Nielsen Road. I also shared the same concerns as Sibylla, that the pedestrian clearway dimension on the main street is not enough to kind of encourage those uses of cafes and restaurants to spill out into this. So I think that could use a relook. I do think there needs to be further details to ensure that the woodlot can safely can thrive in the way that it's designed to. And I think that safety is also an issue there. So I do understanding that it's early days, I do think that there needs to be more study there. With respect to architectural expression, also understanding that it's early days, there are a few observations that I have. One, they look to be entirely glass towers and podiums, actually, just a combination of vision glass and spandrel glass. The most expressive architecture, if you can call it that, has really been kept to the taller masses along Nielsen Road. There are some dark frames in varying scales. There are different colors of glass. The northernmost two towers really rely on groupings of balconies, so strip balconies that are interrupted, making kind of patterns, and that there's a consistent language of solid penthouses, some of which the framed elements wrap up around, and some of them that are not. So, whether or not these are architectural directions that are intentional, I do think that for consideration, you do need to think about whether some of these towers are signature towers and not all the same. You have to study the long views of this kind of massing, even at this stage. So views from main streets, the pedestrian eye level views along Nielsen Road is going to be really important, and the long views along Nielsen. Gateway conditions, so towers F1 and E1, views from within the park looking out at the development. I think even at this stage of, even if we just strip it back to massing, all of this view analysis is very, very important. With respect to the revised massing, I think that now blocks E and D have a fighting chance of being courtyard buildings, because I think those courtyards may get enough daylight to kind of constitute that designation, but it would need to be studied. And then a criticism that block F seems to be turning its back on the existing community to the immediate west. That if you're going to make a kind of C shape with loading opening, it should be off of a road that you are creating, not an existing road in an existing community. And really, instead, there should be a kind of pairing of grade-related residential units across the street from what exists as a kind of friendly neighbor approach. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Eladia.
Thanks everyone for your comments. Thanks for the presentation and the description of how the design has been evolving to date. I definitely emphasize a few comments from colleagues, emphasizing Heather's comment on glass. Appreciate the thought about balconies shading glass, but on the same slide we see a whole lot of completely unprotected glass. So yeah, if we're going to go that direction, let's really do it for real. The passive solar approach is also sort of missing from the public spaces provided in the courtyards. So Jim Melvin mentioned a lot of good points regarding those courtyards. I suspect that you're trying to make the courtyards be the public squares, but I don't think proportionally they're working that way, and being perpetually in shadow, they're going to be quite inhospitable. So really think about how to create proportional and functional, hospitable and welcoming public spaces. So I think even with this massing study, we're seeing a lot of gestures that really aren't working right now. One thought that I had looking at the phasing, is that, oh yes, and of course the transit plaza is absolutely essential. So Jim Goff's comments on that were fantastic, emphasize everything that Gordon had to say. If we go to slide 9, the phasing seems off. So from phase 4 through to phase 6, we have a giant dead zone, absolutely massive dead zone in the middle of the site. Poor McClevin Avenue. Oh my goodness. and poor Tapscott for years. I'm just wondering what we do about that. So one thought that came to my head is that north-south road, major roadway that currently goes by the park. Some of my colleagues mentioned, wouldn't it be good if those major roadways didn't flank the park and instead residential spaces did? So I don't think there's anything wrong with making that major roadway go a little more straight so that you could have a contiguous view shed down and maybe public spaces off of it. So coming in between blocks D and E and perhaps G and H instead of between G, D, and the park. So in that way, G and D could both address the park instead of this really big kind of overly wide road. So that was a thought that I had. And then for phasing, that possibly might help if you were to consider building out the Tapscott side first. So relocating sort of phases 7 and 8, for example, as your, or sorry, all the Tapscott Road development first, and perhaps limiting its impact on the mall so the mall can stay in place as long as possible. I don't know how that mall will survive without its parking, but something to think about, just because otherwise you have this big dead zone for many years. And what's going to happen there? Just a whole bunch of weeds, or what's going to occur? And then it gets sliced in phase 6 down the middle of the road. Very odd phasing. So I think this needs some more sensitive thought to what makes successful, welcoming, vibrant urban spaces, and how to make them sunshiny. Like, I really liked your slide 17. Slide 17 had those warm textures, many different sort of massing gestures in that slide. And I'm not seeing that sort of thinking in the massing analysis as yet, nor in the master plan. So yeah, thank you so much for the efforts, and hope to see this turn into a really beautiful place in future phases of work.
Thanks so much. That concludes the panelists' comments on the project. And so it's at this point that I'll do a summary of key points of consensus. I mean, I think what you're hearing here very much is that there's concern that you're building 5,700 units in the long run, and that is a large community, and it requires a level of development, thought, and care that is not yet evident in the scheme. Some of the notional images of it, like Lady has just pointed out, some of the views there are really ones that have great potential in them. But as one of the panelists noted, we're not actually seeing that in the massing and the dispersion of the elements across the site, which is to say that many of the right elements are there, in spirit. But in dimension and actual layout and composition aren't coming together as something that would represent good public space and a healthy, humane community. I'm quoting some of the panel members, the hierarchy of ideas in summary is missing. There's no particular vision unifying the scheme and creating a sense of place. On top of which, there's consensus that this is too dense. You've heard that the alternate scheme is preferred and viewed as an improvement on the initial scheme presented. And although there are points here to be noted as ones that need improvement as well. But the continuous park is of particular point of particular appreciation in the second scheme. So that's something that we encourage you to keep working on to keep that there. And the transition issues that were in the original scheme seem to be somewhat mitigated in this one, but very much a sense that on Nielsen Road it remains too tall, and that some of the transition that you're getting on the western side of the site is preferable, but still needs some work. Some points, some finer points, or just bullet points to underline here. There's a need to develop, with respect, especially to the development of the public realm here, there's a need to develop a greater network of parks and open spaces of various sizes, which is to say, they're not well connected now, nor is there necessarily the kind of large grain to small grain network that we'd want to see in a development of this size, or in any development really. The courtyard spaces lack generosity and in some cases light, although it was noted that in the alternate scheme, this was somewhat improved in some of the blocks. You need to ensure a network of pedestrian connection beyond just green spaces. The transit plaza is notional, needs substantially greater development. And with respect to the road widths, the Woornoofs are too tight, the right-of-ways are too wide, and there are too many and the right-of-ways are too wide. So really, all of this part of a greater and deep consideration and study of the ground, including its related programming and the viability of that programming on there. That's essential. This includes the retail and any daycare in phase 7 and other community uses there. There needs to, like there does for the entirety of the scheme, there needs to be a vision here, which is to say, again, talking to those levels of development, those levels of granularity, there needs to be a big vision for the whole scheme. There needs to be a vision for the retail. These all need a vision for the pedestrian network, and these all need to come together to make the scheme. These are not independent things that exist on their own. So, strong sense that the unrealistic density ambition here has seriously impacted the proposal in a negative way. There's a need, in summary, to return to first principles, to develop a vision and character for the site and for the development, to understand what the heart and to define what the heart of the community is and where it should be. Many elements here are underdeveloped and ill-considered, and we urge you to go back and as in the summary statement, to go back to first principles and reconsider how the entirety of the project and the development is considered, laid out, and define what the vision for the site is. With that, we'll go to a vote. This is a first review. The voting options are as follows. The vote is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate of promoting design excellence. Voting options are as follows. Support means that the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if the panel desires. Non-support means that the project does not meet fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion. Are there any panel members, and please use your virtual hand to indicate that if you'd like to propose a vote of support with key conditions. Okay, seeing none. So I will go through roll call, and when I call your name, please let me know, or please let us know, rather, sorry, your vote. Gordon.
Non-support.
Dima.
Non-support.
Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Sabella.
Non-support.
Paul Kulig.
Non-support.
Joe.
Non-support.
Jim Melvin.
Non-support.
Heather.
Non-support.
Eladia.
Non-support.
So voted. Thank you very much to the proponent and the city for bringing this project to us. It's an incredibly it's going to be home to so many people, and it's an incredibly important site. So look forward to you taking the time to go back to first principles as discussed. And we really very much hope to see the project at the panel again. Thanks to everybody who attended today. This now concludes our